Hello, everyone. We are live. Took me about a moment to make sure everything was going the way I want to go. So here we are. And you could be watching this from We Are Live. You could be watching this from anywhere around the world or in the United States. Some people may be seeing this as a rerun. And welcome to the spaceship. I hope everybody had a nice week. And some may be seeing it as a rerun too. And I'm going to do the game. Before that, I'll get to the other screen, as usual. Okay. Alright, hello everybody. And here we are for the special edition of the late night streams that we have on the show. And also, I am glad to be the host, present this, and we'll talk about some of the news topics, because this is the late night news show and hang out. So it's like a fun party, everybody's just having a good time, and also talk about some political things too. So that is what we do here. And as I said, as we wait for the different people to come for this late night special, I will go to the other screen and launch the game. In a moment. Yeah, so today was an interesting day, and the rain has finally returned. And that is good. It's important to have rain. And the plants, the garden is doing well. We're going to have a garden update soon. And yesterday, I was doing some things, planning some videos, and doing things with family. And here we go. We're going to... Game's going to launch in a moment. And yeah, so the garden, everything is going fine. And then we have this over here. Alright. Be switching over to the screen, other screen. Alright, here we go. Here we go. So now we'll start the game. I will start the game. This is fun. I enjoy it. Get some ships, do things like that. Here we go. So this is a special island in the game that I found recently, and it looks like there is an entrance I've never seen before in this island. This is very captivating, the sky and the trees and all, and this is the part, as I said, where I play some games and talk a little bit. And later on in the stream, I'll do things with the different news topics like the aliens, the Mexico alien thing, and different reviews, movies probably, and some of the other stuff that's going on, and just looking at paranormal things. Most likely later on in this stream. Alright, we got that. We have all these. Nice. Tropical plants. And now we're going to go into this, see what this is. Wow, this is interesting. It's like a cave. Reminds me of something from the park. City Park. They have birds flying around. That's a cool effect. And here we go, and here. So it was just a passageway between one end of the beach, the island beach, to the other. And this is pretty cool. This reminds me of, like, off the coast of Ireland, England, Scotland. It looks kind of like this, but of course at a much higher altitude than this, and with a non-tropical climate, because it's not tropical over there. Alright. Now we are going into this dark cave. Exciting. I think I've been here before. I've showed this part of the game before. Yeah. So this is one of those mines. They used to mine for diamonds and different things like that. Oh, there is an abyss. I never saw this before in the game. And there's a lot of monsters here. A lot of monsters in these areas. Interesting. And some bones. Some skeleton bones. Yeah. And then we have this. Yeah, so this is very interesting in the game. And so I hope everybody's had a good week and a nice day, as I said before. And welcome to everybody watching. And also, this is an interesting part of the game where you have, this is like barricaded, but there's probably some secret passage to that location. Yeah, so we have this. So, because like some things I'll talk about also is the shooting. There was a stray bullet hit a young lady in Tennessee, and it caused a problem, obviously, because she passed. And person needs to be held accountable for their actions. And also, as I said, I think it's very interesting with the alien mummy from the Mexican government is reanalyzing the alien mummy. So about the alien mummy thing, SE is a friend of mine that comes on the show, and he'll be here later, probably, or maybe he's camping or something. And he was showing me a video. Well, he sent a video to chat, and I reacted to it. This dude that is an alien enthusiast like I am, and the guy was explaining how he didn't like think the mummy thing was real, and explained it's probably an elaborate hoax, but it could be real. It's possible. It's not out of the question of it being a real thing, but it's likely some type of a hoax because the guy bought a ferry. Not the guy in question, I forgot the gentleman's name that does the alien research, but the person that does the other research, like the guy that buys the artifacts, he bought a ferry that wasn't really a ferry. It was just a very clever made up thing out of dead animals and like little birds and stuff. So that is basically what I'm, researching. Not researching. That's basically the point about the alien thing. It's likely a hoax, but not the question of it being real. And this dude's hiding behind this. Hello, Stranded. I see you in chat. You're the only one in chat right now. You're the first one. And welcome, Stranded. Glad to have you here in chat. The other ones, I don't know what the other ones are doing. Hopefully they'll be here later, see the rerun. And you're welcome to be here. Thank you. So, basically, the taxidermy, that's the word I was looking for, the taxidermied fairy that was discovered. It wasn't really a fairy, it was just a taxidermied animal and birds mixed together. So that same person bought this thing it looks kind of like the Mayan aliens. And that's the point of the thing, is to take it with skepticism, and I will be interested to see what the Mexican Congress analysis is, because they're doing it again, a second one. And as I said, it's irresponsible for the person to hit somebody with a stray bullet, and they need to be held accountable. And shout out to Stranded, Lifeform, and chat. And she's a great caller on the show. Very great perspective on things, and it's nice to have her here. And we're talking about the various topics and things we talk about over here. And these are a bunch of skeletons, a bunch of pirate skeletons. They were trying to row out, and they must have died instantly. They're probably gunned down. See a Spanish helmet right here. Alright. And Stranded, I hope you had a good week and have a good weekend. So that's basically the situation with the news topics. And I have been yesterday what happened was I was doing some maintenance on some things and I was with this and I went and there was some stuff with family. I was doing some things with the cats and things like that. And that's what I was doing. And I was also, it would be kind of like late for people in the sense that they wouldn't have known that I was going live. I want to go, when I go live, I like doing it at the time that I go live. And that's what I was doing last night. And I was planning videos, some new videos. And Stranded, I'm glad you're here. And yeah, you're welcome. And yeah, don't leave her stranded. Or wait, yeah, don't. Yeah, that's what I said. I said it right. And then Stranded. So I was looking at some old videos from the 2000s that were on YouTube and that were there from the time of, like, back when 2016 they were being analyzed and they're being analyzed again. And I brought some videos to light about the alien videos I reacted to, and now there's like mysterious videos that happened on the interwebs, and I am going to make some new videos about my reaction to them because other people have done reactions to these videos, or like from the early 2000s. Like there's a robot that sings a song, and it, like, people didn't know what it was exactly, and I'll also do that one. And also there's a one with the soup with these two people in these costumes are like patting somebody on the back and they're feeding him soup, and he's not too happy about eating the soup, it seems. So those are like some hints and some previews about future things I was looking at and going to cover in different videos. So basically what I was doing, and yeah, oh, Stranded, I got the treasure, but basically with the treasure I got what I needed for I got the treasure for my part of the treasure. It's just the other parts won't fit in my, what's it called, in my inventory, because I already have a lot of stuff in there already. So I don't need the other stuff. I would have deleted some things and taken the rest of the treasure. It's not needed because I have enough stuff already in it. So I took the treasure I needed. It just, the treasure chest was still there because I still kept, because I left some things there I didn't need. Alright, so we're kind of running around here, and I'm going to go out somewhere. Return to Bigelow. Yeah. That's probably not even the name of it. It's not even called Bigelow. But I'm calling it Bigelow. So, I'm going through here. Alright. This new part of the game. And this is interesting. There's a lot of chickens running around. Alright. Going through here. Exploring this place. Okay. Alright, so this is a different part of the game. Let's see what this. Talk to this person. Oh, so this must be like plastic surgery right here. You could like change the appearance of the character. Alright, I'm aware of the buffering situation. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so alright, just wait a moment. So this thing, because you see there, I saw, because I'm watching the screen while I'm doing this, and I see it's kind of doing something. And so basically what was happening just now, there was, when I was switching parts of the game over, it started to, I don't know, something with the, probably the encoder or something. So, alright, so basically, as I was saying, with the different paranormal things, there's a lot of stuff, and that's something I'm very interested in. Like, I do the scary stories and things like that. And basically, I like the fact that I'm able to do that stuff on YouTube, because I watched it for many years, and I went back to doing my YouTube channel. And yes, Stranded, I see. Let's see about getting one. It's just when I walk up to it, it just kind of looks at me, and it just kind of moves its head a little bit, but I could just go through it, and it turns around and it looks at me. And I can't really, I could do some certain motions with this. Like a wave. I could check the hand. And then I could flex it. Yeah, so that's flexing in the game. So basically, with that, yeah, the chickens, they kind of look at you and interact with you a little bit, but I can't really physically grab them. So people just like, the chickens will go and face me, and I can just like walk through them. But there's not really much else you could do besides that. Alright. And I'll soon be getting into the topic Stranded at some point, in the game, in a little bit. And yeah, so this is just walking through the area. I've not been to this part before. It's very interesting. Last time I was talking about bamboo plants. We got into that and how they'd be used for a lot of things. I have a plant similar to bamboo, and basically I yeah. And so that's the thing with the game, basically how it has these interesting functions and features, and they added these new islands. Okay, so yeah, the chickens. Yeah, I'm like standing inside a chicken. That's what I'm doing with this one. I'm standing inside of it. And I do want to try to play Toontown. That'll be an interesting game to play as well. It's an old game that they used to use back. It's a game like this, but it's like a little character. Oh yeah, the girl, she does some other kind of quest. I could go back over there and see what's going on with that. So, yeah, I'll go back over there. So, let's see. I'll go. Let's see if she wants to sell me some chickens. Watch where ye step, pirate. I want Bart on my ladies. So, the lady told me in the game to not step on her chickens. See, like she's trying to feed the chickens, and I'm just like standing inside of a chicken. Like I'm defying the Matrix right now. Matrix, you've been beat. You've been beat. Finished. Finished. Matrix is finished. I'm standing inside of a chicken. And she doesn't want me standing inside the chicken because she knows that I know the certain ways of the Matrix and why I could stand inside this chicken. See how she's just staring at me? Like there's this boiling fumes, but she's just silent, sitting there, standing there looking at me. See, she's not even feeding her chickens anymore. She's looking at me like she about to pull out her sword and square up, or we're gonna take our ships out to sea and see which one destroys the other. Yeah, see, just standing. I'm just standing inside of the chicken. Yeah, she's triggered. We're witnessing the first Karen. Exhibit 1, Karen of the Caribbean. And it's like, they didn't even program the game for the character to say anything to me while I do this to a chicken. Yeah, shout out the chicken nuggets. Yeah. And also, it's like, yeah, and the other chickens are just like speechless. Like they're just balking and they're just like eating the whatever they're eating, like chicken feed or whatever they fed them back then. I was just trying to think what they probably, yeah, it was like medieval chicken feed, and she doesn't know what to do, and the other one's just clueless. They didn't really program them to do anything. And see, like the chicken is like going inside and outside the matrix of my leg in the game. And like, because I'll just, the character's like kind of swaying a little back and forth, and she just doesn't know what to do. So let's try to move out of the way and see what happens. So let's see, I go here, ask her something else. Watch where you step, pirate. Don't want to hurt me ladies here. So you see, yeah, she doesn't want me hurting the chickens. That's what she's saying. And it's like, yeah, dried corn and grain. See, Stranded is the encyclopedia of the spaceship and of the Caribbean. She was able to time travel and see what they're doing. And yeah, she's just like stalking me. And like somebody just appeared right there. They didn't walk there, just like appeared there. Yeah, she's just like staring me down. And I'm going to go over here and stand inside this chicken. Like, they can't stop me. You can't touch this. No, 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 no. Wow. Yeah, the chicken's like, you want to square up? Yeah, and I could do this. I got this. All right. Here we go. I'm inside the chicken matrix. And yeah, she doesn't like that one bit. Yeah, she's gonna kick my arse up and down the Caribbean. It's like on the character's backside, it's gonna say like it's gonna be branded with a K on it for Karen of the Caribbean. And it's like hoist the colors. That's what she says, in like an epic way. And also, yeah, see this chicken? It's like it's halfway and halfway not, and it doesn't even know what to do with itself. It's like looking around, looking at its friends, and look at these two. They're like in like this straight line. This straight line, and all these chickens are about to square up. Yeah, and the dude started to run up to you. She called her homies on. Yeah, she called the homies in. Because this is her hood, and I'm intruding in the hood. And it's alright. I could go get my swords and the different things, and we could go and juggle like clowns. And it's like, that one is saying, ye disrespect mate. That's what it says. I disrespect mate. Yeah, the chickens are talking. And she's like, yeah, don't touch her hens. And yeah, she's gonna call the bounty hunters on me up in there in the Caribbean. Yep. And yeah, she's like, I'm gonna get close. And yeah, she's fearless. So fearless. Press shift. Oi, oi, day we're having. She said, oi, lovely day we're having. So she's like ignoring me, and now she's like feeding the chickens again. And she's just throwing all that stuff, looking at me. And then you got this dude that's just chilling. Everlasting fall be dangerous pirate. Oh yeah, so the guys tell me it's dangerous out here. Yeah, her and the chicken squad. Uh-oh, we got another chicken. We got a couple of chickens here. We got a bunch of seagulls. Oh, whoa, whoa. Looky here. Look at these specimens. In the wild islands of the Caribbean. Yeah, so we got all these seagulls, and they're flying around something, and we have all this, and then just there's a bunch of hay, and I don't even know what they're flying over, but they're flying nonetheless. Yeah, she's the bird lady. Yeah, see, look. Oh, look. It's like they're flying in that thing. Okay, so it's the water they're probably going over. Although there's like tons and tons of land, tons of water surrounding the area, they're going to choose this little spot to go over. Yeah. I'm impressed. It's like, Davy Jones, should we release the Kraken? He's like, nah. Release the Karen. And it's like the whole atmosphere of the game, of the movie, of the book, of everybody, it just goes silent. Like, that's brutal. Yeah, that's an interesting wall right there. It's a very good wall. Nice, what's it called? Architecture. Yeah, they got a little abandoned town right here with a bunch of different things, and they have the cool, nice houses. Right, this is a lot like Spain. Yeah, these houses here. Exactly, Stranded. They are way worse than the Kraken. Exactly. And also, we have the library. So people got a library here. And we got a whole. This is the grocery store of the Caribbean. This was Walmart. This was Pirate Walmart. You got the meat just hanging out. All the flies eating it. It's like a regular day. And like the ship just disappears out of nowhere. And it's like before that there's all this terror and chaos and the Karen sinks the ship. Yes. Giant Karens. And also it's like and then they're gonna have another thing. Sirens versus Karens. Or Karens and Sirens team up. The whole thing would be over with. If they went against each other, that would be interesting. If they both teamed up together and attacked, wow. It would be catastrophic. Nuclear. Mayhem. Pandemonium. It would all be gone. They would outmatch their enemies. We got some pigs just hanging out, chilling. They're saying oink oink in their or they're hogs or something. Yeah, cheese. Cheese. Yeah, shout out to cheese. And we have meat and cheese all just hanging out. We have some garlic. They're trying to keep away the vampire pirates away. Yes, it would be game over. Exactly, Stranded. Oh yeah, we got the Oh look, everybody, it's a chicken. He's helping my dude right here. Yeah, shout out to the chicken. He's helping out the dude. He knows that he's part of the Matrix, and he knows that I'm going to stand right in the middle of him. And actually, in Norse mythology, they believed in summoning chickens from these different realms, so that does have to do with Norse mythology, interestingly. Got some pies. We've got the pies here. And we have everything else. Yeah, get some ham and cheese. Let's see. I don't think I could buy food in this game that's not made like that, but I'll go and see what I could do. And yeah, you have ham and cheese all hanging around. Does Anali know you are walking about this island? Oh, he's talking about that lady with the chickens, the pirate Karen, the Karen of the Caribbean, her. And so yeah, she's the one. Yeah, she's the one that they're talking about in the game. You know, she gets triggered out here, or it could be another character that I'm not aware of. Chicken pie, hey, yeah, it could be easily chicken pie. Yeah, cheese. That cheese looks great. Yeah, it could be chicken pie. They don't really say exactly what it is. Got all that. Let's see. Oh, this has to do with the infamy. This is like when you go as Spain or France and you go and you can give yourself a tattoo about what you did. And I haven't done much of that, but I need to get back into that and get my rankings back because in the game before they took Pirates of the Caribbean down, they I was a high-ranking Marine captain in the game. All right. We got a well. That's cool. We got a well. I could look down in here. Wow, I could go bird's eye view on this thing. Oh, there's even water there. You see? Well, it's not water. It's just a deep well. Jack and Jill went up a hill, and there you go. Wrong area. Okay, here we go. If ye get keeper's approval, check out the goods and shops you think they're gold. Alright. Cuz a ruckus is the tavern, I'll feed ye to Maggie's chickens. Oh, this dude says he's gonna feed me to the chickens. That's what this dude saying. He's gonna feed me to the chickens. Oh yeah, so basically, Stranded, that makes sense. That basically in the game, it's some kind of a quest. That if I go into the game and do certain levels and stuff, it'll bring me to this island where I then can go and go out and meet the lady. So yeah, it's probably a hint about a certain level. Very interesting. All right, and I will see that in a future quest. Yeah, so that's Maggie. Gonna be fed to her chickens, and I would enjoy every minute of it. Minute of it. We got the dock. That's very cool. And that's the boat. And it's leading me to a different quest. Because you could do different quests in this game. That's the sun. It looks pretty good. Nice weather. And then we have all these boxes. Yeah, so basically we have this in the island. And it's very interesting. Yeah, exactly. There it could be a reason for the chickens, and I think that also is just a cool. Also, it's a cool effect in the game, and I'm sure they mean something on a different quest. All my ships are repaired. Yeah. So on the island, you have a lot of these like crabs, mentor crab. And this is like the beach part of it. So interesting how they built this here in the island. It's so cool. Yeah, and it looks like nice grasslands, and that's where it's built right here with some of the rocks and stuff. Very, very nice boulders. And I just walked through this thing. See, I just walked through it. That's so cool. Glitch in the Matrix. See, you just walk right through it. It's pretty cool. That's the stowaway. You go and stow away to a different island. They have a couple of taverns here. Oh yeah, get some chicken and crab legs. Yep, that is something I do need to do. All right. Like in the game, I wish they could have this mechanism where you could like pick up the chickens and go out, or at least go and see she's getting triggered. I'm out here with my sword. And we're gonna stand inside this chicken. Yep, I'm like half. I'm just kind of doing the moonwalk into the chicken. Yeah, so basically, it would be cool if they added an effect in this game where you could go and buy food and like eat it. That's something you need to do. And basically, with the game, it's like, yeah, so with the crabs and chickens, that'd be a good dish to have. That'd be a good dish. They just didn't program it to do that. You can't just like pick up one, and she would be triggered, and that's why she's standing there looking at me about the strike. And also, Strand, I want to show you the shirt I'm wearing. See if I could put it up. I'm going to do this. So basically, this is a shirt that my cousin Narwhal liked to. Also, he had a same shirt as this. I'll show you in a moment. And it might be kind of dark, so I'm gonna turn. Right. Okay, I think you'll be able to see it. Let's put this over here. here. You can kind of darken the game, and if when I get to like some of the stuff, you'll be able to see the lighting better. But so is this tidal waves, and it has this nice fish, the swordfish and the mermaids. And I like it. It's nice and tropical. Yeah, it would be cool, Stranded. It would be cool. Perhaps I should go and hit up the creators and be like, yo, y'all need to add this. And also, it's getting late. The moon's out. That's the beautiful moon over the Caribbean. And putting the chat over here so I can see it. It's getting darker and darker into the night. And yeah, so I like how in the game you have these different types of nature and things. How it gets like this, the clouds move around. They've added a lot to this game. Thanks, Stranded. I'm glad that you like it. Yeah, glad you like the shirt. And that's the kind of stuff that I like to, he liked to wear that, and I also like to wear it. It was a like yeah, my aunt got like matching shirts. It's like it was a coincidence. They bought me this like a couple years ago, and then he got one also. It was interesting. Have I ever seen the movie Free Guy? No, I don't think I've seen that one. I'll add that to the list of movies to see. And oh, I'll say something like a little story is like so basically before I went back to my YouTube channel and got on the different shows and streams that I met y'all on, I would watch after, so I was doing some things with like some of the stuff I was doing in high school and like after that, and then I was done that, and I did well with it, like work stuff, and I was then going to then I like took this I was able to take this break where I watched a lot of movies from the 90s and 80s. Like it was this channel called Encore Encore Stars. They have a lot of cool movies on that. So I know I don't know what time period the movie that you're speaking of is from, but I saw some movies from the 80s and 90s, and I remember they're very good. So I would see a glimpse of it like from right where I am, and I'll look at some scene and I would go and sit and watch it. Like, because at school and like after school, I did my own thing, my own business stuff. And also, I liked, watching those movies, and then I eventually got back on YouTube, and here I am. Because I did it as a child, as a kid. I would go on YouTube and I make videos and stuff on the same channel. It was Hansel Cat, it was called. Then it was called Skater Gamer. Then it was named after that sound effect you saw, Stranded, that you saw with all those views. That was the one I named this channel after. So I do have a good knowledge of the movies. I haven't seen all the movies, and I saw movies in the 50s and 60s, and from before that. But Free Guy, I don't think I've seen it. I have to go and look some pictures of it to refresh my memory, but I don't think I've seen it. Now, like just the name doesn't really sound familiar, but it could. I have to go and look. Oh, okay, Stranded. I know what you're talking about. It's the movie with the animated movie, and it's like that big guy, I think, and he's like in the. I know. I saw that. I did see it. Yeah, I saw that movie. That's a good movie, Stranded. Yeah, I liked it. Yeah, so not animated. Okay, I think I did see it. I have to go in a little bit, and I'll go and look it up and see if I can refresh my memory if I saw it or not. But it reminds me of a animated movie I saw of like a dude that goes into a video game. And also, I would, it sounds like a really good movie, and I'll check it out if I haven't seen it. If I saw it or didn't see it, I'll look at it again. We got a pig. Uh oh. I'm standing inside the pig. Ha. Ha, Karen. So here I am inside the pig, and the pig is just like doing oink oink and just doing his thing. I love how they put these animals in these games. Yeah, I think it was Wreck It Ralph. Yeah. Go and pin this as a reminder to go look at it. All right. And we'll do that when I get into the other stuff. I'll go and look into that in a few minutes. It's nice walking around the island. I like it. Yeah, moon's way up there. And also, this is like the little cave passageway. I think it's pretty cool. And going to the other side of the place. Yeah, so there's all these different caves. It's pretty cool. Oh, I never been to this area. This is like an alley. That's pretty cool. Yeah, so basically, let's see a movie I can think of. Yeah, so I like the movies, from the recent times. I think they're pretty good. And I have to go and look up some names of some of these movies. You know, it's been a while since I've seen some of them. I was going to mention. Yeah, so this is a interesting pathway. And like, as you know, I like, the scary movies and stuff, and I think that those other movies you speak of are pretty good. This is a graveyard. And Stranded, as I said, I think I'm gonna start getting into the other side of this stream, so we could look up these different things. Oh, explain. So I'm going to explain that stuff, Stranded. In a moment, I'll switch over the windows and we'll look up the movie that we're speaking of, and we'll look up that to answer your question. So she wants to know, and I have the chat window all the way over here. And still trying to find a good tripod that works for space and what you can do. Alright, here we go. So we'll look through here, and we'll look more into this part on the next part. Next one. So this is a giant magic station. It's pretty cool. All these pirates and stuff. All right. So I'm going to go switch over, and we're going to go into this part in the next one. All right. So this island's really cool. Here, I'm going to go into the other part of the graveyard, and we'll end this section. And look at all these. They're doing the Michael Jackson dance. Thriller. All right. Here we go. Switching windows. Okay. All right. Go here, and we'll be switching this over here. Other displays, window capture. Cool. Alright, so, alright, Stranded, she'll be right back. And while we wait for her to come back, I'm gonna look up this movie. Alright, Free Guy the movie. Alright, I don't think I have seen this one. No. That will be a movie I'll check out. Yeah, it looks good. Looks funny. Alright. Yeah, so this is a movie she's talking about, which some of you may have seen. I don't, as I said, I didn't see this one. and yeah, it was Free Guy, IMAX. Yeah, IMAX is pretty good. I've seen back in like the 2000s, I would see these IMAX movies that were pretty good, and about the fish and stuff, like the aquatic creatures. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff I've seen. It's funny. Video guy, video game. Yeah, because a dude, he finds out he's like in a video game. And so I think this movie looks like a good one, and one that I'm gonna go and look at. And the other one I was talking about is Wreck-It Ralph. Yeah, so this is the one that I was talking about. I saw this one a long time ago, and that's the one I thought she was talking about. Okay, I'm gonna change something here a little bit. Okay. Something with the title. See, Nashville, because of the Nashville thing. Alright, that works. Okay. So this is a movie that I saw, and I thought that was very, very good. And basically, with the situation, it was funny and nice characters. Let's see the different characters. Yeah, it had the different Disney princesses and stuff. And they put all the different Disney princesses in it. Yeah, it's funny. Funny movie. Alright. So, let's see. Some of the 1990s movies. I saw some of these movies, and like some of the movies I saw were not really mainstream movies. They're ones that were less well known, but from this time period. Goofy movie, yeah. So yeah, those are pretty good. I didn't see all of these movies, obviously, but cool movies at that time period. All right. I saw the Batman movie. I think this is the one. Okay. So, 1990s. Say Batman. This one was a very good one. And I remember watching this for, when I was a kid and coming up. I remember this one. It was a very good one. I think it's very classic. Like the Six Flags park that was in New Orleans, they had these kind of movies on their display. That's a year. Oh, so 1989. That's very interesting. All right. Yeah, so that one came up in 1989. All right. So I'd say that movie was a 10 out of 10. Let's see movies from 2021. So we have these from 2021, and I saw No Man of God, the one about Ted Bundy. I saw that one. And so, most of these I didn't see. All right, Stranded. Glad that you're listening. Blankman. Shout out to Blankman. It's been a while, buddy. Glad that you came to join us. Talking about a variety of different things. And yeah, so you finished watching Oppenheimer. That's a good one, Blankman. Yeah, that's a very good one. And look at that one. I've listened to the soundtrack to that one. That one's so cool. Thanks, Blankman. Yeah. Murphy's a good actor. He was in Inception. And that is one of my most favorite movies is Inception. From 2010. And that's the same actor, Blankman. Yeah, George Clooney and were horrible as Batman. Stranded, that sounds like it was a horrible movie. And yeah, so yeah, Blankman, yeah, this is a good one. Oppenheimer, yeah. Oh yeah, Blankman, I agree. Hollywood is very corrupted. Totally, I totally agree with that. Yeah, about the nuclear bomb. And she's saying George Clooney. I didn't even know about this version. I've never seen it. Yeah, yeah, I'm sure that was strange. I have to go and check that one out. I also saw it from the vintage Batman when he was wearing the gray suit. I saw that one also. Oh yes, Blankman. Yes, indeed. Yeah, Kingsman. Yeah, he was in the King's Speech. I think. Is that the same guy? Yeah, it's him. Colin Firth. Yeah, he played King George the Sixth in the King's Speech movie. Him. Yeah, he played the King's Speech. Yeah, yeah, that's good. And Inception, I was talking about with the same actor. All right. Oh yeah, Blankman, two bombs. That is very sad. Yes. And yeah, this movie, I if y'all haven't seen it, which I believe y'all have, this is a very good one, and it's about psychological stuff and lucid dreaming. It's very good. I enjoyed that one. And also, let's see. Yeah, Batman Forever, Tommy Lee and Jones, Jimmy Carrey, Jim Carrey. Yeah, it sounds like that would say the movie. I totally agree. Yeah, Batman Forever. Yeah, that's one I saw too. Okay, Blankman, I understand. Although I think it was a great movie, in my opinion. It's not for everybody. Yeah, this is one I saw. I saw all of them. Hello, JS Urban Adventures. Oh, yes, I agree. JS Urban. I agree. Yeah, he does really great movies. And basically, like Interstellar, that's another good one. Yeah, they did very good with those movies. Memento? No, I've not seen that one. JS, I've not seen that one. That's one I'm going to have to check out. I've not heard of this one. Yeah, looks good. Oh, yeah. And also, yeah, there is another movie I saw like back in 2017, well 2016 I think. It's kind of like a it's about dreams and stuff and things like that. It's called The Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. That one was a good movie. Very it was eccentric, but it was very interesting. Very interesting. And I used to watch him with my friend down the street. Very good. Thanks, JS. Thank you. And also, I think that a lot of the movies, there's good ones from our time period, but I think that in the past they were better than they were now. And I recently saw Five Nights at Freddy. That was a good movie. And also, I saw some of the Star Wars movie, the more recent ones. I don't completely agree with how they did some of them, but I think like the ones they're doing with the that on Disney Plus, those I think are more closer to the original ones. It just depends on the writers and things like that. Yeah, JS. That one you mentioned, the one the Sky one. I haven't seen that one, but yes, it's the Eternal Sunshine of Spotless Mind is very yeah, it's very eccentric. Yes. Remember where me and my friend were watching it, and my friend and I were watching it, and it's like I was puzzling it together, and I figured it out. Then he figured it out, and it made sense. It's like a giant puzzle piece. I love these movies when they're like puzzles. And I'm gonna look the one that JS mentioned. Okay. All right. Yeah, that one. That one looks cool. I'm gonna check out. Yeah, that one I haven't seen. Okay. Tom Cruise. Yeah. So basically, Tom Cruise is in the Mission Impossible movies. And the thing, like Mission Impossible was a TV show in like the '60s, and then they made it into a movie franchise. And Peter Graves and the original cast really disagreed with how they did it, and how the situation where Peter Graves' transition from like into a bad spy and killing off his entire group, and then Tom Cruise replacing him. The original cast didn't agree with that, so that's why Peter Graves wasn't in that. It was John Voight playing the character. And hello, MTN. Welcome. Good evening to you. And also, JS says, if I like puzzle movies, will like the Memento Vanilla Sky is really strange with a twist. All right. I'm excited to watch that one. And also, Stranded says, you'll really like Van Helsing. All right. All right, I'm going to look that one up. Hello, SE. Welcome to the show, friend. Bro, nice that you're doing editing. Last night I was doing a lot of planning with my content, so that's cool you're doing that. All right. So let's see the one that Stranded mentioned. That looks cool. That looks very cool. Yeah, SC. So basically, yesterday the situation was I was doing some maintenance on these things that I'm doing, and like with the streams, and then what I was doing was I went out and we're doing some things with some family and things. I wanted to do the lives when people are used to it, when there's an announcement about it, when it's put out there for people to know what's going on. So that is where I like to do these things. And so basically, and I was working on some research for some of the newer content I'm putting out in the channel. So that's what I was doing into today, and nice to see you, as I said before, SE. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. I like that. I have seen parts of this movie. Yeah, I've seen parts of it. I remember the vampire thing. Okay, SE, I understand. And that's base multitasking you're doing. All right. And also look up a question for Stranded. She requested earlier about her channel that she's trying to do. Go back. So Stranded was saying, speaking of the YouTube channel, trying to find a good tripod that works. Space. All right. So let's look at the tripods. So let's say tripod for filming. That's probably spelled that wrong. So yeah, the tripod is used for, you know, YouTubers filming. So Stranded, she is doing her channel. She's going to do a channel about cooking and stuff, and she had a question about a decently priced tripod, and that's what we're going to be looking into right now, because I answer questions. And if chat knows about tripods, information about for the new YouTubers, feel free to put it in the chat. If anybody listening knows about these things, I know about them also. I just, if other people want to join in the conversation, they can. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I gotta be doing that. I gotta be not watching a piece of movie. I have to watch the whole thing. So what happened was I was on YouTube looking at some kind of vampire ball or something, and I saw that part of the movie. That's what I remembered. You know. Okay, MTN, Turning Guns. Thank you. Glad that you come to join us. I thought it seemed like it could have been you. That's what I thought it could have been, but I wasn't sure. And yeah, so those are lists, and they're going to give you suggestions of things that might be a little bit pricey. So we're going to look at pictures of them. Okay, Blankman. So you were gone for a little while, but that Turning Guns is a one of the aliens here, and basically he likes to comment on the live streams, and he's pretty cool, really cool. And I was going over the French dishes, and he was helping with the pronunciation of the words. And so yeah, he's cool, and he's been in the chat for a couple of weeks, maybe a month or more. And so Blankman, yeah, Blankman, and welcome to Turning Guns, and you both could be like, you know, hello to each other. There you go, because both are here in the channel. Blankman, it's just been a while since Blankman's been here. I'll say it again. It's been a while since Blankman's been around, so they wouldn't know each other. Yeah, so these are some of the tripods that she wants to do for the thing. Yeah, so they have one at Best Buy for 14 that was 30. So Best Buy seems like they have some interesting ones, and on Amazon they're gonna have various prices and things. And there's something else, forgot what it's called. Selfie sticks were banned. Yeah, and I don't know exactly what's going on with that Blankman. I'm aware of the situation. That one's for 99. Yeah, these are like selfie sticks. We'll kind of browse to see if there's something. So Best Buy has some good ones, and Amazon's gonna have a variety of different prices. And we'll look up this interesting thing. What could be used as a tripod? Instead. So yeah, so the tripod's pretty cool. Let's see if there's any other things you could use beside the tripod for the same thing. So Stranded, are you going to use your phone? You're gonna use your phone to film it. Are you? I think you're gonna use your phone to film your YouTube videos. So, are you going to use a like an old-fashioned type camera to record your videos, Stranded? Or are you going to use your phone? Okay, okay, okay. All right. So here we go. Okay, so over at Amazon, there's one for 17 bucks. Okay, so go here. This is one at Amazon, and it's 17. And this is an example of one Stranded. That's something cool, interesting. I would know for the record for myself. I need to get one. This is just an example of it. And you could put a camera. You could put a phone, or a camera, or a spot camera with these different, to fit something in. Selfie, travel, party, group, sports. You can use them for a lot of different things. Yeah, so that's an option. And that's not what I meant to do. I thought that was Walmart for some reason. My mind's playing tricks on me. Yeah, all these say they're from Amazon, but yeah, I'll look at say Best Buy. Let's say Best Buy. See if it's going to do the thing I want to do. Go on. No. Yeah, so this is one that'll work with your phone. It's 15 at Best Buy. Sure would vary on the location if you went and physically bought one, or if you went and or ordered it online. It looks like 15. So Best Buy has some looks like they have some cool ones, and you could go like in there and if you want to physically go there and see what they say. You get a pink one. You get any color you want. Yeah. Or Best Buy, Walmart, wherever, I don't know where everybody shops at. But basically, so I think Best Buy seems pretty cool, and I'm sure Walmart may have some, or Target, if people shop at Target, or wherever. Okay, so say Walmart. Walmart, they have them for around the same price as the other one. That's what I want to look at. Let's see. Now, I don't know if that's for a phone. Yeah, is it for a phone? Yeah, so you could do it for. Yeah, so at Walmart they have another one for about $14 for a phone or a camera. So Walmart and Best Buy sell them. MNT, turning guns. I have not talked about any news topics yet. I didn't go into that yet. So you didn't miss anything, MTN. I play a game in the beginning, so people don't miss anything. So there's like a cushion, so the people that come kind of a little bit later don't miss much. So no, you didn't. I haven't talked about that Nashville incident yet. We're gonna get into it soon. And yeah, so Stranded Lifeform. Shout out to her. She's starting her cooking channel, and we're just giving her some information that she wanted to know. And this man just said SpongeBob pancakes. All right, now this one's for $6, and it's for a phone, and it's like $6, $7. So that one's a really cool price. And it's for a phone. It's nice and a good priced, in my opinion. And you see, then it's just for a phone. You don't. It's not all the fancy stuff. And you could use it to do your cooking. Right, Stranded. Right, Stranded. Now, as I said, I like to get things from Amazon. I think they have good products in my opinion. But like, I just don't know exactly where you shop at. But I'm getting the feedback. Okay, so Walmart. Okay, so Best Buy. So you don't shop at Amazon, just go to Best Buy. Or if you don't go to Best Buy, wherever you go, they will have one for in these certain price ranges that we talk about. All right, and let's see. All right, so let's say this is a tripod for a phone. Okay, Stranded, I understand. Okay, you have a boycott on Amazon. Okay. So this is a tripod from Best Buy, so Stranded doesn't buy from Amazon. So from Best Buy, you can get this thing for 31. It was 40, and before it was 49. Now it's 31. From my perspective, from this part of the planet I'm in, from this website. So that is a tripod from Best Buy. So if you don't want to shop at Amazon, you could perhaps try another one from Walmart. But if not, you could get one like this from Best Buy. And here we have that. And that, so this is an example. The Gorilla Pod 1K Smart Vlogging Tripod. Like my channel is called Alien Spaceship Sound Effects and Vlog. That is like, so this is like the same kind of thing like I would hypothetically use in a situation like this. All right. So, like I like shopping at Best Buy. The screen I have is from Best Buy. It's an Amazon Fire TV, and it works very well. And I use that as my monitor for this show. So, yeah. And also we have a nice these kind of examples. So that's an example of it, what it does. I'm going to hide myself, and we could, we see Alien a lot, and we're going to put Alien in the background. We're going to put Alien in the background for a moment. Okay. Alien is in the background. Alright. So, this one is an example, of a tripod. Click the zoom. We're going to zoom in. Yeah, so that's like where your phone would be. And this is the bottom part. And it says, give you a warning, Stranded, that this device sold separately. So that's something to look into. But this is just an example of something from Best Buy. If you want to go over to Best Buy and see if they had what you wanted, I would suggest that. See, they have really nice people there, and they could tell you what they have for what you want to do, and you could decide, through the various options at Best Buy if it's what you want. or not. Yeah, that's like an example with a regular camera, and this is an example with the phone. And when they say device sold separately, I'm not too sure which device they're really talking about. If they're talking about the phone or something like that. So you have that, and you have this. Yeah, and here's an example, I think, of it hanging on something. You could hang this little buddy on the tree. It's like an animated movie. This dude's just chilling, just hanging there. And Stranded, I looked up Free Guy. I saw the trailer for it, but I have not seen the whole thing. All right. All right. All right. So yes, Stranded. I recommend going over to your local Best Buy and seeing what they have. Very nice people, great customer service, and I remember there was a story. Yeah, I thought they were referring to the phone too, Stranded. All right. And so basically, what happened was I got to bring Alien back because he's in the background. There we go. And here I am. I'm back. And hello, DJ. I was thinking about you earlier today, I think. Yeah. It was today and yesterday, yeah. So glad to see you in chat, DJ. Glad to have you around. Yeah, it's cool how it grabs a tree. But as I was saying, there's a story about me at Best Buy where this screen I have, the monitor I use for my computer, which is a Amazon Fire TV, a smaller one, like a medium-sized one. I went and I thought there was something. There was one I was looking for, but I had the right one in my hand, but I thought it was different. And the people are like all over the store looking for the one I thought was there, but it's really the one I had because there's so many different options. I got confused. So at least the one where I am, very generous, very cool people. Yeah, Alien House. Yeah, Alien House. And where you get that fake Christmas tree from? Oh, my grandma. I it you see, I think yeah, the tree. I don't know where it's from. It's something my family bought a long time ago, and there's another fake tree over there. And also, okay, so Stranded. There is a trailer, so I could just go back through that way. I had like two windows open. No, I didn't. It was just here. Yeah, and it led me to another page. Okay. Yeah. Phone. So Walmart, no. Walmart's naughty. Walmart wants comfort. And as I said, these are just from Amazon, naughty Amazon. Boo hoo. Mean Amazon. Which I think, people who have the right to do what they gotta do. Jeff Bezos. And yeah, so I need to get something like that, like a selfie stick for myself, probably for the gardening vlog. Yeah, that'd be good because sometimes, a tripod would be good for me because sometimes it gets a little bit tedious with the gardening stuff. To hold the phone and do the same thing, that's a great idea. All right. Okay. So now we have this other thing I'll look at, which and if anybody has any questions, wants me to go research something or look into something, let me know. I'm going to now go into the other part about the Nashville thing. So, and the alien thing. Yeah, that's the two things that I mentioned in the title. So, here we go. Okay. And all right. So, and if something, I could go to another one if if something goes sour. So, okay. So basically, this Nashville, this young woman from Nashville was shot. See the update about this. So, Nashville, Tennessee. Metro Nashville police are searching for the person that shot the innocent bystander early Friday morning in North Nashville neighborhood. And it looks like the Matrix is glitching on us, and that's interesting. We'll see what's going on with the Matrix. We are talking about that earlier while I was playing the game. Oh wow, Strand said I'm skipping around. Yeah, it must be the aliens in the Matrix. It's coming at me. Yes. Oh wow. Thanks for letting me know, Strand. Nashville, Tennessee. Metro Nashville police are searching for the person that shot an innocent bystander early Friday morning in a North Nashville neighborhood. The 50-year-old man was taken to. This is something new. This is not about the woman, I don't think. This is about something else. But I'm going to go to the woman in a moment. I thought this would have had to do with. So let's see what this article is about. This is 19 hours ago. The 50-year-old man was taken to the hospital in critical condition after being hit by a bullet officers think was meant for his friend, police said. He's expected to survive his injuries after being shot in the chest. A gun was pulled on while two people were fighting around 3:45 a.m. Police said shots were fired and hit the man who was standing nearby. The man ran to his girlfriend's home, the 2700 block of 4th Avenue North, for help. Police said it's unclear exactly where the shooting happened. Tracy Calguga lives around the corner from where the police blocked off the intersection to investigate the shooting. She said the bullet could have easily hit her or a student walking to a nearby elementary school. It's very concerning, especially because I don't know if people understand the gun safety at all, and if you shoot a gun, how far it travels. Kluga said, kids should not live in fear. Actually, an adult walking down the street, even at 4 a.m., should not be in fear. Exactly, DJ. Nothing good happens at 3:45 a.m. Amen. And yeah, walking down the street at 4 a.m. should not be in fear. Police have not made an arrest this time. Officers said they are waiting to talk to the victim and trying to figure out who was involved in the fighting. All right. And that's not. Come on. All right. It's gonna load, and if something goes down, I could go to another one. All right. So that's the woman that was shot. College freshman dies after being hit by a stray bullet on Nashville track. Police. All right. So here we go. We're going to go into this. And I'm going to put this down. All right, 18-year-old college freshman has died after she was struck in the head by a stray bullet while walking on a track in Nashville, authorities said. And Julian Ludwig was at a hospital, extremely critical condition after being shot Tuesday afternoon and dying overnight. Nashville police announced Thursday morning. So this is from the Metro Nashville PD. Breaking: a suspect in the case has just been taken into custody. Breaking: Shaquille Taylor, 29, being charged with aggravated assault and evidence of tampering for Tuesday afternoon shooting of Belmont University student Julian Ludwig, 18. Taylor was shooting at a car when a bullet hit Ludwig in the head as she walked on track in a park across the street. Yeah, so that's her. Nice young lady, and you have like a thug on the other side, and he's like in the back of a police car. And Shaquille Taylor, 29, was initially arrested and charged with aggravated assaults and evidence of tampering for alleged shooting, police said in the wake of Ludwig's death. Police said they are in discussion with District Attorney's Office concerning the modified charges. Taylor allegedly fired from across the street and was aiming at a car when a bullet struck Ludwig in the head as she walked on track at Edge Hill Community Memorial Gardens Park, police said. So this is the thug that was shooting, and you know the look on his face and all, and he's caught red-handed, and she's unfortunately deceased. And I think that up there in Nashville, it's not good that this is going on with the rise in crime, and it's threatening everybody. And like we're saying, like 3 a.m, they're over there. 19 hours ago there was a shooting. It's getting wild out there. All right. And Stranded made a very good point. Okay, she said, "That's so sad, just taking a walk, minding her own business, and she dies. Yeah, prayers for her family. In Jesus' name, amen." I agree. Amen. And Ludwig, New Jersey native and an avid runner, was a music business major at Belmont University in Nashville. Belmont University president Greg Jones said. Going to drink some water. She was known for her love of music and was often found at concerts, cheering on fellow musicians and using music as a way to connect with those around her, Jones said in a statement. It's so unfortunate that a young lady has to, be killed by a stray bullet. That's very heartbreaking. So much potential, life ahead of them. And it would have been nice if some people were given proper guidance and not become people that shoot at people in public and hit people with stray bullets. It's a real messed up, society we have, and there's a lot of problems that need to be fixed. Yeah. This is a lot for us all to process. So this is the part of the statement. This is a lot for us to process. We grapple Now, with grief, anger, anxiety, and a strong sense of fear in the face of senseless violence, Jones said Thursday, we will be deepening our ongoing conversations with Metro officials to improve safety measures in areas near Belmont, and our campus security team remains committed to the safety and security of our campus. So you have like a little cat that's like chilling right there. Shout out to the cat, and this is the scene. So it explains in the bottom of the photo. Scene where an 18-year-old woman was shot in the head and very critically wounded while at a track at the Edge Hill Community Memorial Gardens Park, November 7, 2023 in Nashville. And MTN says there is a housing project right in the middle of that park she was walking through. Oh. Yeah. That explains everything. Like around here in New Orleans, there's, the crime has gone down, thankfully. They're cracking down on it. And like there's some areas that are kind of sketchy. Like in some parts there are projects and things that people stay away from. And yeah, it's good for everybody in chat and those that are watching the rerun, is that, as you all know, to use to be careful where you're going also. And I kind of thought, are they going into places where they're aren't usually there, these criminals? And it looks like she was in an area where, as MTN Turning Gun says, that she went into a high-risk area, and unfortunately the worst case scenario happened. And if this was kind of different or something, I'm sure, like, if if like black woman got killed or something, which would be unfortunate if anybody got killed, maybe the news would have covered it more. But yeah, we will be working with campus leaders and area pastors to organize additional resources to assist our community over the next few days and throughout the weekend. Jones said more on these plans, as well as time to remember and celebrate Jillian's life, will be announced when available. When Taylor was taken into custody, police said he admitted that he fired shots. Police said Taylor claimed he then gave the gun to someone else. Police said Taylor was most recently arrested in September. So there's a situation with criminals that I've researched from school, is that they're repeat offenders, or somebody like does some kind of criminal activity like this, or worse thing. This is really bad, but other things just as bad as this. It's not their first time. They'll do it over and over again. And with people like this, some people want to rehabilitate people. Some people want to just, also put people that can't, just put them in a prison. And I think that it's the bad thing to do, though. There's to let them out after they're do something and let them out, and keep letting them out, and not just keeping them in prison or seeing what's wrong with their head upstairs. Give them some kind of better direction. They don't do that. They just go and just let them out, like it's like those revolving doors at a hotel. Just let them out, and you don't fix the problem if you keep letting them out, in my opinion. There's a fact. Also, Stranded Lifeform says, of course they'll holler about more, but they fail to recognize criminals. Following that, yep. MTN says that same guy was released from jail not that long ago, like I just read, stemming from another gun charge. Assault. They said he wasn't mentally sound enough to stand on the charge. You see, like, people like this, if they could be rehabilitated, or they could be, like, hypothetically they can see what's going on upstairs, or they could just put them, which I would rather just put them in the jail, like what Stranded's saying, big rocks, little rocks. Yeah, whatever they do that, but don't just let them back out. But yeah, they should just lock them up, and so they can't come back out and do different things, and they'll be better in there, because like some people do better if they're in there, because they're not going to hurt themselves or other people in our realm. And you need to pick up a book and read a book. That's what they need to do. Yeah, big rocks, little rocks. Police said Taylor was most recently arrested in September, charged with a felony auto theft, and released on a $20,000 bond. Taylor missed his November 3rd court appearance, and court issued a failure to appear warrant, according to Nashville police. Alright, so Stranded says, just go in the court and act cuckoo to get the charges dropped. Yep, yeah. Yeah. Exactly. And when you look it up on Google, when I'm not seeing the images of her. I mean, so rest in peace to her. She looks, very nice, and she had like a nice future ahead of her, but all because of some ignorant had to go and look, it's a gun, wow, boom 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 boom. It's like, all right, we got something else going on from 5 days ago. Talk about this one. Let's see. Okay, and this is another incident. Oh, okay. Whatever it is. Let's see. It's MTN, right? Okay, good job. So, Big Rocks, Little Rocks is like in prison, like SpongeBob and stuff. I'll show you a picture. They made them break They make them break rocks and stuff. So go here and so. So, like, back in prisons, like, and also they did this in SpongeBob, I saw as a kid. So they have these chain gangs, and they'll be hitting rocks all day long in prison. Hola, Latina. Welcome to the show. And also, they did it in SpongeBob. Yeah, this was funny. So, like in SpongeBob, Mrs. Puff had to hit big rocks and little rocks. And this is a show that I watched as a growing up in the 2000s. And I still like watching it and looking at videos about it, because I think it's a really good show. And it retained itself. It didn't get all like stupid. But some episodes are kind of silly. Like, some episodes are influenced by certain people, but the SpongeBob's it's a pretty cool show. I really enjoy it. So Mrs. Puff was... Alright, so we're going to post SE Wolverine. Subscribe to SE Wolverines. He's a cool dude, and he makes content about really cool things and about news and stuff, and he also does things about it's called yeah, campfire. He does like camping videos, survival videos also. All right. So this is the situation. So Mrs. Puff was locked up because SpongeBob did something stupid with his driving test, and she was locked up, something like that. And then he and Patrick were gonna go in there to try to get Mrs. Puff to to see her or whatever, rescue her. So they disguised themselves as rocks, like the pink rock and the sponge rock, to go and see her and save her. And she didn't want anything to do with him. And then what happened was in Bugs Bunny. So that's where it's a reference of. All right. So this is another shooting that happened in Nashville. Shout out to Latina. All right. So here we go. This is another shooting that happened in Nashville. Nashville, Tennessee. An elderly woman was shot in the foot while she was lying in bed at her house. In North Nashville on Saturday morning, previous coverage, elderly victim shot after shots fired outside of home in Nashville. Neighbors on Revels Drive said they heard at least 15 gunshots, and minutes later, they heard sirens. It was around 5:17 in the morning, said Erica Miller, a neighbor nearby. I heard like 20 shots, and then it went silent. Miss Miller said police arrived 5 to 10 minutes later. When I got up at 7 a.m., I looked out in my bedroom window and I saw police cars down the street, said another neighbor, Helen Pegram. I didn't know what was going on. The Metro Nashville Police Department said the shooting seemed like sort of a drive-by. Multiple homes had been shot. I heard an elderly lady got shot in her foot, Miller said. The police came and asked my mom if she saw anything. Miller said her mom didn't see anything but heard everything. According to police, the elderly woman was sleeping in her bed when she was shot. I hope they'll find who did it, Pegram said, and I hope the lady is going to be okay and doesn't lose her foot. Police said the woman's injuries were non-life-threatening. However, neighbors are not worried this may not be the last shooting. We're just not safe anymore, Miller said. It's scary. This was early in the morning. Police are looking for the shooter. So this is a situation where we have another shooting incident that happened a couple of days ago. So Nashville really is having some problems with these shootings, and they really need to tighten up with the situation and put an end to all this madness. Exactly what Shannon's saying. That basically, prisons these days, AC, video games, cell phones, snacks, cakes, cable TV, internet, and she says stop treating them like they are in a luxury hotel and make them miserable, and they don't want to go back. And also, basically, and I agree, Shane, that when they're going to be punished for something, they they don't go and punish them, and they just give them something really nice, and it makes a misconception, and it causes a lot of problems for the people be in general in society when they just let them out. And SC was saying about how cities shootings every day. Yeah, all these cities do SC. It's not just a national problem, but it does seem like it's. I'm seeing a lot of frequent news from there, but like it's happening in Chicago, it's happening in different parts of the country. So it's certainly a problem everywhere in a lot of cities, and yeah, it just we have like 4 years of peace, and then all of a sudden the whole world's just like falling apart. You know, it's it's like night and day. It's like you do one. It's like a domino effect. Domino effect. You just and there you go. We're all in a pot. That's hysterical. Yeah, shout out to Stranded. That was hilarious. Yeah, Stranded said when they get their when they get the welfare at the middle in the first part of the month, they go nuts. Yeah, and there's a lot of hardworking people, and people that don't act like this in the black community, and they're just trying to live their life, go to school, do their thing, do the things with their family. Like my area, there's just black people just doing regular things like we do, and you have these certain ones that, like what Shane says, they get their golden ticket, and they go and act crazy. And I agree, Shane, that you are right. I agree, and it was funny. It's true and funny. Yeah, that's another thing that makes it funny. It's like these things you hear about, and then you see it on display. Like you'll just be like, like especially people that are doing their thing, and all of a sudden, that's not what I wanted. I'll just do it this way. So you see, like you have the situation you have now, where people will see this on the news, especially young people coming up, people of all ages, and they'll go, you know what? There's something wrong with certain people that are doing that and killing off people, and it causes more of people to not want to be around other people that are doing certain things, and it's just causing our country more and more divided. Like I was saying on Latina stream, that back in the 80s, 90s, I'd say 2000s, there wasn't problems with racial things, there wasn't problems with different stuff, but as time went on and different things started to come together and certain policies were made, people started to do certain things like what Stranded was saying in the chat, and they get their check in and they act all nutty, and there's more drugs and stuff, so it's causing people to be more separated. It's going to cause more division because America, we're all here in this country, and then they're trying to cause more division, and then it has these people that are doing these things, and I can understand why people don't want to be around certain people, and who wants to be around a bunch of criminal activity like this? It's not good. And let's see, drink some water. And basically, we have SC saying, and the country people do it too. Yes, there are people of all different demographics, yes, that do that as well. Yes, and also, Shrant said that it's not about race, and even the white folks on welfare like to do that. It's not about skin or culture. It's upbringing, lack of morals. Yes, and I wasn't denying that at the same time. That's not. I wasn't making it into a racial thing. I was just saying that people have a certain perspective, like with the news and narrative that's going on, that these people do this kind of stuff, but like, in the chat answered my going to my main point is that it's people from multiple races from a certain demographic that are doing this. I agree, yes, and but it seems like there's been like the news and the media will push this kind of stuff out and it'll cause more of a division between the different groups. That's what I was saying, and then chat completed my statement that it's people from this certain demographic that will do this too. Yeah, I agree. I totally agree with chat. And there's more crime and stuff in the cities. And yeah, and SC was saying that people in the gangsta culture will think it's cool for some reason. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, Strand says she's had people come up into the store parking lot trying to sell their stamps. Yeah, Strand, exactly. You have people they'll do that, and that's cringe. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, see, it's corny, right? And the media is a propaganda tool that's used to divide people and stuff. Like that's what I was, that's what my point was. And there's a lot of like country people that are cool that are not like that, just like there's black people that are not like this. But of course, like in every group from a certain level, regardless of race, you'll have people like this. Yeah. Very good conversation, chat. It is corny. Exactly. Yeah, and also, SE, a lot of the media, and that's a problem, I think that gangster culture, skin color not being a problem, it's black or white, candy stripe. It's just a lot of these people are promoting that kind of culture, and because they think it's lucrative, and it's causing untold damage to society. And people from these different levels will do these different things, regardless of race. And she says, NLG, I was on, and also didn't sell them. And yes, stranded. Yeah, and look, not all people in these kind of situations are going to do things like this, like what Stranded was saying. And even I'll say people that are wealthy or in a more of a higher level that don't have to have this also can act like this too. We know about the elites. They'll have these weird events and stuff. Like there's bad people in every social class. And like these programs are supposed to help people in need and help them get on their feet. But some people abuse systems. But yeah, so basically, no, I know like not all people act like that, but there's people in the upper levels that act bad too. Like people will do different things, and that is something. But my point is that the media will make stereotypes and make propaganda to get people to be swayed and think a certain way. It's a problem. There you go. MTN is there's a difference between a handout and a hand up for sure. Amen. Amen. And our country has been it's good at like it's a very advanced civilization, and it's good that it's able to help its people in any way it can. I'm not against that at all. Like it's good if they could help animals in need, like we are talking about before, like Shannon and I were talking about before. It's good if the animals could be helped, like cats and dogs that might get injured or something. And so no, I'm totally for that. And I've helped different clients and things like that in different situations, and I think it's good. My family's been generous to people, but there are greedy people out there, and there's people that are going to manipulate the system. There's going to be people that are going to do different things. You'll have goats and sheep. You'll have bad apples in the basket. But as I said, the media will get a magnifying glass, a corny magnifying glass, and focus on this narrative. Right. And with inflation, it's turning into a similar situation that happened in Germany from World War II when they were forced to pay war reparations. That word, the R word, is very interesting because it looks like it's being thrown around again. And there's another situation where you have the conflict with there the dollar, the Deutsche Mark was inflated and inflated to the point where you get wheelbarrows of fiat currency and it doesn't do anything to buy bread or anything. So yeah, with the rising prices, they're trying to destroy the middle class. They're trying to destroy everybody and just make a two-class system. Everything that these people will say, they're doing the thing they're accusing our side of doing. You have this terrible problem with food going up, and I totally think that it's it's going to be hard to say like you have a loaf of bread for $50 or something stupid, but God forbid it goes to that. Yeah, SC. Yeah, exactly. And I think, as I said before, I think if people were interested in like putting wealth into different things, like for instance, I think fiat currency is worthless, and I think that say people like gold and silver has more value to it, especially silver. Silver is used in a lot of industrial metals, and it's used to purify water. And I think that those things they use for thousands of years actually hold value. Like say in ancient Rome, in the ancient world, people used metals and stuff as currency, but like fiat currency, it doesn't really have any value in my opinion. And the more they print, the less value it has. Like I was talking on some other podcast about this, how you keep printing a dollar, you can't just print more money because the dollar's going to be worth less than it's supposed to be. The dollar has lost 98% of its buying power. So those are just some things I'm interested in, and it's a concerning situation with the inflation, what's doing to all of us. Yeah, exactly, Essie. Very good point. And also something anymore. Yeah, we're all going up that creek, Essie. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, praying for USC and everybody in chat, and because we're all in this together. We're all in this situation, and that everything's going up. Exactly. And MTN says they want complete control, even thoughts and under attack daily. Yeah, exactly, MTN. It starts in baby steps because you can't fully implement it all at once, especially the resilience, determination, and daring of the American people. That's another factor to take into consideration, and that's why they want to get people, especially the Americans, they had to do it slowly, implemented over a period of time to introduce what they have now. They give us lies and false promises, and it'll be only through American determination, strength, and daring will we'll come back out of this, because I believe that people will get fed up, and I have faith that things will turn around at some point, and body a failure in a situation that, in my opinion, my experiences, that keep on trying and not giving up, keep hoping, eventually success will come. Yeah, Stranded was said a very good point. Are going to be like the 1980s Russia. Yeah, that's a good point that she brought up, because Russia under communism failed horribly, and because they. All right. Yeah, so basically, as I was saying, I use this background because you could see me better. I'm not like in the dark shadows. I'm in the light. So basically, the situation. Wolverines, yep, they love making that money machines go burr, and they don't care about putting this country under. Yeah, so basically, I believe the American will make it out, and things will get better later. But another thing I like to tell you all about is that it's good to know yourself and know your enemy, because it's good we know. It's actually a good thing in a way about the situation the country's in. I'll explain. So basically, we know ourselves, and we know the enemy, and we know their agenda. So we know what they're doing, we know what's going on, and now we can take the preparations necessary to defend ourselves and to preserve ourselves and fight back. So before, the enemy's in the dark, you don't know what they're planning or what they're doing, like during the time of baby steps before our country got to this point. So it's good that we know what's going on. Not the good it's the situation, but good that we know what's going on. And also, Stranded was saying it's similar to 1980s Russia, 1 month pay to buy a roll of yes. And that's what communism was. They redistributed and redistributed to the point where the economy went broke and there was nothing left. And everybody was just, everybody was lost everything, so they brought back the Russian Federation. They brought back kind of like Tsarist Russia themed things because they had enough of, distributing the wealth to the point where there's nothing left. And yeah, the green agenda, just making us more poor, it's not working at all. Exactly. And yeah, you see, the lights, that's an idea with the lights. And the thing with the lights is that, it wouldn't be like this is better, what you're seeing now, because it's not a white light. It's not really, it wouldn't really it's like an orangey light. Like, I don't know how to describe it. I could turn it on for a second in a little bit and see how it looks. But this is, this is fine the way it is. And it's something I could consider. See how that looks. But I just like it the way this is with this kind of light. Yeah, like I'm looking at it right now. That's how I like it for now during this kind of like this nighttime thing. But I could go and look at it, the light, because the light it will make me look darker, like in the sense that it won't, like right now you see me, I look, although it's dark, it looks bright. The other one, it's like an orangey light. It would make me look kind of, it would like to look more of a dim light. It's not really like a bright light. Yeah, right on. Yes, and they be saying the world would come to an end 12 years since the 1960s. Oh yeah, Shannon, and I'll say the Bible says that no one knows the time or the day of the end of the world. And basically, with that situation, they something I'll look see magnolias. Those are some nice flowers. We have magnolia trees down here. And also, yes, it's been saying the world's going to end 12 years since 1960s. Yeah, they always want to go and say that the world's going to end and stuff's going to happen. And no one knows but God when the end will happen. And like just like the war in Israel, like no one, like that's not necessarily an indicator that Jesus, the hour is coming. The hour is coming closer for the apocalypse. Obviously, we're seeing signs of it, wars and rumors of wars, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to happen tomorrow. Israel, that was created in 1948, has been in conflict with the Far East since 1948. It's been going on, and before that, in ancient times, the Kingdom of Judah fought the Arabian nations. They've always done this. And I could understand the frustration of the American people, where you'll have like people that are coming homeless and the economic situation in the country, and then you'll have this situation where you'll have them sending money overseas, billions of dollars, but not to their own people and stuff. So that is a frustrating situation. The candles, that would be pretty cool. It's just that we don't usually use candles here because of the possibility of just the paranoia of the thing of it. I wouldn't mind using candles, but it's like some other ones are like, it could burn the house down hypothetically. That's why candles aren't used. But like candles I like though is I like the apple candles. But we have the candles that you could turn on. But as I said, those kind of lighting, a candle lighting would make me look more dim. I could turn a light on for a second and show you what I mean. I'm going to turn on for a second, and then you all will see what I'm talking about. And just in my opinion, my choice for the stream, I like it to be like this. This kind of lighting, but I'll show you all what the lights look like in a moment. Yeah, control by feared classic tactic. Alright, so I'm going to turn the light on for a second. You see, it's like, I'll look fine, but like, basically, it's kind of like more of a dimmer light. It's kind of like candles. And yeah, so this is what it looks like with the light on. It's a dim light. It's kind of like a 1800s look. All right. All right. So yeah, these are magnolia flowers. Really cool looking. And something else. Let's see. All right. So we're gonna go to. Excuse me. All right. There we go. Oh no, I'm gonna have the lights the way I want them. I'm gonna do that anyway. I was just going, like, contemplating the idea of showing you all what it looks like with the lights on and off, just explaining to you all why I do things. Although I don't owe you all an explanation, I think that like I don't have to explain it. I just explain why I like to do things the way I do it. It's just kind of like a behind the scenes of how I do stuff. And I know you're just joking, Stranded, but the lights I didn't think to, explain that. I like to humor people. Yeah, Turning Gun says, "We are not sending money. The people who call themselves representatives are." Yeah, right on. Alright, so now I'm going to do this thing about the alien mummy thing. I'm going to center the page a little bit more. Oh yeah, it's all the way over to the other side, like where the chicken was going, on the other side. Alright. There we go. Alright. So I'm going to look up this, we're going to talk about this. Right, and is there a way to send... yeah, so I'm going to talk about that. Let's see. She was curious about that. So here we go. It's called... Alright, here we go. So... Alright, answer Latina's question. Here we go. Alright, so Latina was curious about that, so I'm just going to put that there. Message. Okay, so now I'm going to explain about the situation with the alien mummy thing. Yeah, I stood inside the chicken. Yeah. And basically, now I'm going to talk about this alien thing, because I've talked about this before in the channel about the alien mummy situation, and now I'm going to continue to talk about it and this new thing that came up about the alien mummy thing. All right. Let's see what this says. Mexican Congress holds second UFO session featuring Peruvian mummies. Mexico City, November 7. Mexico's Congress heard from researchers on Tuesday who declared authentic a set of three-figured Peruvian mummies recently presented as potential evidence of non-human life forms, while declining to certify the remains were extraterrestrial. Lawmakers first heard of the Mexican journalist and UFO enthusiast Jamie Muasin on September 13 when he presented two specimens in a first-of-its-kind congressional event on the UFOs of FANIS in Spanish. Muasin said the bodies believed to have been found near the Peruvian ancient Nazca lines were not related to any life on Earth. At Tuesday's session, Muasin was more focused on proving the bodies which were not on display this time were not fake, ushering in the string of doctors who all said the bodies were those of real once living organisms. Still, he left room for questions about the origin. None of the scientists say the study results prove that they are extraterrestrials, but I go further, he said, suggesting that they could be evidence of non earthly life forms. Anthropologist Roger Zuniga told Reuters on the sidelines of the season, there was absolutely, on the session rather, not the season, there was absolutely no human intervention in the physical and biological formation of these beings. He added, saying he didn't know the origins of beings. Zungla presented a letter signed by 11 researchers from the university declaring the same. Of the letter made clear, however, they were not implying the bodies were extraterrestrial. So this situation, they're trying to prove that these were real ETs, and SC showed the video that I played about how these aliens, the alien beings, these probably could be fakes of some type of hoax, because the person that bought these things was known to buy another item, which was these fairies. But it wasn't really a fairy, it was just a taxidermy thing that was cleverly put together because it had a piece of wood in it. And also, so the person said these things could be real. The UFO researcher said it could be real, but there needs to be more analysis on it. There needs to be more investigation into it. It does look like a Peruvian extraterrestrial mummy creature that would make sense from the different artwork that is seen, but it could easily have been some kind of a hoaxed thing, and hopefully they could get to the bottom of this. And let's see this one. The Mummy returns. Alien mummies are real, experts declare, as more non-human bodies without ribs or lungs presented to Mexican Congress. So it looks like they have more of them. Okay, so there's more. I didn't know that. Yeah, Stranded, I agree. I think the room looks like inside of a spaceship. I agree. With the light on, it looks like the ancient world, like the 1800s and stuff. It's like a little like restaurant looking place. But yeah, I like it. It's like a spaceship. And I know y'all like the way it looks. I just was it gave me an idea to go into detail about the lighting of the house and stuff. It's interesting. Well, Stranded, it looks like they're still trying to determine if it's a hoax or not. They're insisting it's real. So if they said it's a hoax, they're insisting it's real. Researchers have verified the legitimacy of a set of three-fingered mummies as potential evidence of non-human life form. A lineup of doctors confirmed at Mexico's Congress on Tuesday that the bodies purportedly not of this earth were in fact real once living organisms. So here we have this. So these are the new ones that they're bringing in. So you have the three alleged alien mummies, and you have that, and they're claiming that it's some kind of ET. If that dude... And yeah, so that's them all lined up. And as I said, they need to go an in-depth investigation because, like the UFO researcher I was talking about, he said that the ferry the same dude bought looked authentic and looked completely real, but when they dissected it, there's a tiny little piece of wood in it, so it was a hoax, but it was a very well put together hoax. So this could easily be, it's likely another hoax, but they're insisting it's real, and the Mexican Congress is reviewing it. The small-bodied figures were described as being new species of non-human beings, as they were without lungs or ribs. The small-bodied figures were described as being a new species of non-human being, as they were without lungs or ribs. Anthropologist Roger Zuniga of Ica, Peru, San Luis Gonzaga National University revealed researchers had come across 5 similar specimens over 4 years. Yes, SC, this is what you sent me earlier, like when we were talking about this the first time. It was an excellent breakdown of the situation. And he told Reuters they're real. There was absolutely no human intervention in the physical and biological formation of these beings. A letter signed by researchers from Zuniga University declared all were agreeants the bodies were real, but refused to certify they were extraterrestrial. Exactly, because they're real bodies, but they could be taxidermy. They could be something else. Like, they don't know for sure if it's really an alien or not, and it's likely they need to dissect them to see if it's really real or if it's a hoax. A letter signed by 11 researchers from Zuniga's University declared they were in agreement the bodies were real, but refused to clarify they were extraterrestrial. Journalists and UFO enthusiasts Jamie Muasin first brought the odd-looking alien corpses with 3 fingered hands, and elongated skulls the attention of lawmakers in September. So this was back in September. On this channel, I reviewed this with chat, and we looked over it. And SC made a great video about... he didn't make a video, he sent me a video I reacted to. That was really good. He and others claimed at Mexico's first ever congressional hearings on UFOs that the bodies were non-human beings that are not part of our terrestrial evolution. They were said to have been retrieved from a mine in Cusco, Peru. Right on, Essie. Many experts dismissed Muasin's case as an impossible stunt after a number of studies on similar remains found in various specimens in question were modified using animal and human bones. Exactly. So that's what I was just saying a moment ago. I'll read it again. Many experts dismissed Muasin's case as an impossible stunt after a number of studies on similar remains found in the various specimens in question were modified using animal and human bones. Yeah, and SE says a good point. SE says they did a good job on them, though. Who knows anymore? Yeah, because as I said, it's not. They may be real. They may be real alien bodies. Okay? What's not denying it, it's innocent until proven guilty in this situation. I'm just making it clear it could likely be a hoax, but we don't know until they go to the bottom of it and really look inside of these things. Yeah. Furious officials later launched a criminal probe into the so-called UFO expert after it was alleged he stole the non-human bodies. Peru Culture Minister Ute Eguia said the corpses were pre-Hispanic objects and vowed to get to the bottom of how they were transported to Mexico City. Because in Peru, like Stranded and I were talking about, they, like there's all these, and I'll show it in a moment, that many of you have seen before. There's these artifacts and these statues and things that resemble the angels. That's what they really are, but these alien beings in Peru and all over South America, they have these statues and images and depictions of these aliens. They look just like these Peruvian creatures that are being showed. And they did a good job on them, though. Who knows anymore? This is what I meant to say. If they're real, they wouldn't tell us anyway. Yeah, they wouldn't tell us if it was real or not. That's a good point, Essie. And then Essie says he could be wrong, but he don't think they would tell us, even though we have right to know who live in this planet too. Yeah, Essie's dropping bars. Dropping bars. Essie says he could be wrong, but they don't think that. Yeah, we have a right to know. We live here too. We have the right to know if these things are real or not real. And as I said, they probably hide a lot of information from us. Turning Gun says, just doing very simple research, the amount of money that the U.S. sends over offshores is absolutely astounding. Oh, I totally agree. I totally agree. And basically, there's all kinds of things that they're hiding from us, in my opinion. And there's all kinds of things our country is doing that I totally disagree with, and also chat as well. And to completely get to the bottom of this situation, we may never know, and they're just not telling us the accurate information. And there's a lot of just messed up things with all these situations in general. Oh, and Japan holds most of our national debt. I don't know if y'all knew that, and I'll go and look it up. But, Japan holds most of our national debt. Alright. Furious officials later launched a crime probe into the so-called UFO experts, and the Peru's minister was angry the bodies were transported to Mexico City. So the problem with this is that the Mexican authorities, the Peru authorities are extremely angry that this was shipped over to Mexico because that was a sacred object, a sacred body from their country being transported. They're very triggered about that. Moasan insisted he had done absolutely nothing illegal, but couldn't answer how he got the specimens to Mexico capital. This is hysterical, chat. And this could add to evidence that this thing could be a real being, is that these people are saying, Moasan is saying how he doesn't he didn't do anything illegal, but he can't explain how he brought these things to Mexico City. That's hysterical. You know, because there's a lot of artifacts, and they don't want the things to be touched, and then they're touched. So the Peru government is taking this thing seriously. So the Peru government believes that this is real, and that they don't want this thing being taken back over to their country. The journalist made similar claims in 2017, which were refuted by the country's prosecutor's office, who said the bodies were actually recently manufactured dolls, which had been covered with mixture of paper and synthetic glue to simulate the presence of skin. A report added they were not the remains of ancestral aliens that they have tried to present, but rather almost certainly human-made. It was researcher Zuniga's opinion that the specimens presented to lawmakers on September were probably fake, but the new figures were certainly real. Muasin admitted on Tuesday none of the scientists say the study results prove that they are extraterrestrials, but I go further. Others offered different theories about the body's origins. Argentine surgeon Celestino Adolfo Piatto said he had reviewed test results and images and believed they were a more evolved version of today's human beings, our descendants. And that's a picture of the Mexican Congress. And that's the Mexican Congress. An Argentine surgeon, Celestino, yeah, I said that. So they reviewed it and they believed their descendants. And lawmakers, Sirigo Gutierrez Luna said, all ideas and all proposals will always be welcomed to debate them. So that's good. They're open-minded to debate these things and hear them to agree with or not. As Mexican Congressman, Congressman Gutierrez called for all information about the UFOs to be made public. SE, I was just thinking about that in my head. Chat, SE's a mind reader. SE's a mind reader. This whole time I was thinking about the other topic I covered earlier this year, a couple of months ago, about in Peru. There was a situation where there was attacks by green goblin alien creatures in South America, in Peru. And so interestingly, and I was thinking about that the whole time, and I was going to mention it, and since SC brought it up, I'm going to certainly mention it, is that it's the same country where these alien activity was going on earlier this year, and now there's alien extraterrestrial corpses in Peru. So this leads to more interesting hypothesis about the situation. And as we talked about the different cultures, how they depicted their gods and stuff, this is what they look like. And yeah, so yeah, shout out to SC for reading my mind and saying something that I was going to say in a little bit. So that's the Mexican Congress. That's them being open-minded and talking about aliens. And that's the dude presenting the alien corpse. And I want to thank everybody for being here, all the people that are viewing and participating in the chat and the channel. I appreciate it very much. So that is that situation. That's the corpse thing. And that's another view of it. And SE saying that's weird how it's all from the same country, and that's a very good way he paraphrased it. Because what I said was very long-winded, and I like saying things long-winded, and I like the way he phrased it because we all, because I believe that success is like a teamwork, the spaceship team, and we all say things a certain way. We bounce off each other's ideas, and my man SC says that's what's weird. It's all in the same country, like the alien sightings that were there, the different artifacts I was just talking about, and this is all from the same country. And this very well may be a real sighting. This may be real, and I defended from the beginning that I felt that this was, and thought, in my opinion, it was likely a real, but I accept it could be also a hoax. It's just too many factors came together for this to go into play. And then you have, because people are saying it's paper mache, and I was doing this research, and well, not research. I'll tell you a little story. I do a lot of things with art and stuff. I like drawing pictures and things, and I did art since I was a kid. At I did a little art school stuff, and I know about paper mache. In chat, that is not paper mache. No. And also, basically, you have this thing, and it's not paper mache. And as I said, it's either, if it's a hoax, it's a taxidermy thing, or it's some kind of a sculpture. But it's likely, in my opinion, it could also be, if it isn't that and it's real, it's like a fossil. It's a fossilized ET thing. Like, I'll show you all, like, the grays. Well, I meant to say, like, you see these terrifying looking things. Especially that thing looks freaky. This one right here. It's things like, this one's up to no good. That chat, that's not a happy face. And that's something interesting. That's something we got to get into also, whatever that is. Because it's probably some footage it's from a video game. But you see, like, this thing, that thing, it looks a lot like this thing. In my opinion. It has resemblance to it. Like this alien doll, it's a Halloween prop. There you go. To me, it's similar looking. Yeah, they're very creepy, SE. Fell from heaven like a bolt of lightning. Alien booty. Yeah. This is the funniest live stream ever. So you see this thing? It resembles this little thing with the booty. Thick aliens. Yeah. And it's very similar to the Greys. It reminds you of the Greys. Turning guns, I'm very similar too. I'm very skeptical. Well, I'm actually very skeptical. So I like to be open-minded about things. And if I'm wrong about something, I'm not going to be embarrassed about it being not true. in my opinion, about myself. It's another one. And SC said something very interesting. I'm going to respond to. All right. All right. SC says, why do people keep describing the same thing, looking the same, long head, big eyes? Exactly, SC. You see, it's like there's a consistency about the different alien sightings. And people are seeing the same things from all over the world through different times. Like, there is this picture, there's a painting of some Bible a YouTuber was putting up, and the things look just like the gray aliens from all the way back in the Bible age. And a dude said it's not aliens, and everybody in the comments were like, it's aliens because it looked like an alien. Yeah, because they're all seeing the same thing. And there are different species of alien creatures, like there's these different ones that are being talked about, and those that may not be into the alien theories, that's okay. It's a very extremely far-fetched thing. It sounds like science fiction. And I could easily show examples of my reasoning behind this. And that there's different types of reptilian alien-looking things. And there's different types of them. And that me and some of the other subscribers talked about in the comments like a year ago. All right, so this is the three-fingered alien creature allegedly, and that's it for that article. So there's no definitive answer. They're just debating about if it's real or not. And let's see some pictures of the event and Congress. And yeah, so that's them reviewing it. I'm about to go talk about this alien thing. I'm glad that this was brought up again. Although I talk about aliens consistently on the channel, I'm glad that I'm talking about this. I could say it. When I get overloaded with a lot of information, I sometimes don't always say words I say all the time the way I should say them. I'll say specific. Okay. All right. There we go. All right. So we got this guy right here, and this is from the Museum of Roswell, New Mexico. So I have a video coming out. I did something recently, not recently, but this year or maybe last year. I did a recent video about, which I could go react to the video in a little bit, that I did about the Roswell sighting, and I talked about how our modern technology they think could possibly come from that crash. And another thing is that the different alien species, and the thing to the left of me, you'll see a dude with a sirens on his head. That's Siren Head. That's some creepypasta cryptoid thing. So explaining about the alien theory, that there's many different theories about these creatures, and a lot of the false gods of the Bible era and before the Bible, they're in the Abrahamic people. Like Abraham's family, he grew up as a pagan, and God witnessed him. God came to him and said, I'm the real God. So there's these false gods from thousands of years before Christianity was even there, or Judaism that preceded that. And basically that the theory is that these false gods appeared, these angels, these fallen beings, fallen angels from these other realms, things that have to do with the fallen angels, things like that, came here and disguised themselves as gods. Now they're disguised as aliens because Christ came. There's Christianity, there's Islam, there's different religions. Now there's still pagan religions, but like, there's a strong monotheistic Judaism, Islam, Christianity, and basically how now they're disguised as these alien things, and also other thoughts say that the ghosts, they come as ghosts to their demonic aphorisms. So yes, turning guns, the Nephilim. So the Nephilim, the fallen angels came and they had hybrids with the humans and created the offspring of the giants, the giants. So these creatures, the Greys, have something to do with that, but like the fallen angels, they created these hybrid humans that were very tall and they're monsters, like orcs and things like that you hear about. That's like the Nephilims that was talked about. So, and people don't have to believe in this stuff. I'm just explaining about the alien theory. So, my friend and I, so back when I was younger, my friend from school I was very close to, he's like doing college and different things. I haven't talked to him in a couple of years, but him and I are still in good terms. At school, we talked about the aliens. That's something we were interested in, along with political things. And we thought they were evil and they came from some other planet and they were in collaboration with the fallen angels or something. Now, as I got older on YouTube, the other theory that I'm going with more is that they are the fallen angels disguised as aliens. I'm not saying there aren't aliens out there, that God made other creatures, but these bad ones that we're seeing, that are doing all these things, that there's these interdimensional beings. So the theory of interdimensional beings is in the UFO community that there are these demonic entities that are from these other realms, and people that don't believe in demonic or Christianity, that believe that there's these other beings from these other dimensions that are coming over to our dimension and doing this, that they're interdimensional. And the Greys claim to come from the Zeta constellations, and they do experimentation on humans, and everybody that's encountered them has like severe PTSD. And they had these little lasers I was reading on the Halloween stream, and they'll numb down a victim to be compliant blindlessly to whatever they want them to do. So if there are these good little aliens that are coming here to explore and to see what humans are like, they're not going to be doing these evil things. And also, they give off evilness. So, talking about auras, we all give off different energies. Like, people could be friendly, like they're a green color. Like this shirt. You see this shirt and it's like a friendly color. And like, say a police, they have blue lights so people could be more calm. That's what it's intended to do. Like, blue's calm. And like, these things are evil and they give off like blackness. They give off like dark energy. So you could sense it from like a mile away. Like, if there's some evil thing like in the area, it's sensed by people there. So it's very, very dark energy. The Greys are like robots. And they could be a creation from the fallen angels. They could have something to do with it or be the fallen angels themselves. And it's some type of a robotic alien creature. And then you know about the lizard aliens, the lizard people. So they thought the pharaohs to be gods and stuff, so they were influenced by the gods, right? And the Bible says that how the humans, the rulers of the earth, are influenced by the fallen ones. So, and from the Bible, in the different books, they'll talk about these kind of reptilian aliens of the serpent. So the lizard things, that's another fallen apparition. And so this is an example, as I said, from Roswell. I'm coming out with a new video about the Roswell crash and like summarizing like what happened and my thoughts about it. As recently I did one about Mothman, and now I'm doing, I'll do more about this. So I'll look up this thing about, let's say alien, let's see what we can find in Peru. Alright, so we have this thing here. It looks similar to an alien. Oh, turning guns. I like haunted houses. I like that stuff too. I talk about that on the channel as well. And also, you have this, and that is a pre-Columbian. You see these faces, they look very similar to the Greys, in my opinion, or some type of extraterrestrial creature. Let's see. Yeah, so like the one I showed, and trying to find some more. I mean, you see these long, elongated skulls, like that's similar to like a Nephilim type creature with a big head like that. All right, so like what the mines did, we have you have this. You know, these strange looking creatures that they depicted, and you have these things. These little tiny people. It's very intriguing how it's very similar. And also, I'll talk about Easter Island. So, Stranded sent me a good article about the Easter Island heads. So, that's something that her and I like to talk about. So, you have these statues in Easter Island that. You had these statues in Easter Island, and they just came there like on their own, but they didn't come on their own, and people didn't have like the technology like we have now to put that together. So it's believed that some alien creature put that there, or helped them put that there. And so explaining what Stranded sent me is that these ancient this god they had in Easter Islands, it was like a human body with a fish head, and it lived in the sea and at night and would come during the day and it wouldn't eat food, and it taught them about mathematics, about geometry, about how to build things and stuff. And that's why that is an explanation about the Easter Island head and how it was these gods came, which these aliens came to teach them how to do these things. And SE says there has to be something to it. I mean, throughout time, look at it. Exactly, SE, exactly. And here you go, and you see it looks similar to the gray. It looks just like the grays. And here's another one. Ancient alien artifacts found in Mexico. Look at that, chat. Wow. These things are identical to the gray aliens. There you go. Before you come up with this idea of these gray aliens and stuff, it's like, look at that. Thousands of years ago, they're depicting those things. And we got another one right here. That's another one. It looks just like the gray alien type creature. You have that skull. And as I said, it looks just like the alien. And look at this one. And here's one about the skulls. See, it looks just like a gray alien. Yeah, so, and also we have the lizard. And here, this is an ancient lizard god in the Samaria. So this is in Samaria. This is in the Middle East. In the Middle East, they have this type of creature. And in South America, they have the same things. And this is another lizard alien looking creature. This is the gods that the ancient ones worshipped all over the world. And it's like drinking from its mother's breast. Very interesting. And here's some other depiction now. That's probably some modern. That's probably like a modern depiction of them. And we'll go here. Okay. Kulkan is the serpent deity of Mayan mythology. It is closely related to the deity Umats of the Quechua people and the Cutis cult of Aztec mythology. Prominent temples of Kulkan are found at archaeological sites in Yucatan Peninsula, such as Chichen Itza, Ixmal, and Mayapan. The depiction of feathered serpent is presented in cultures of Mesoamerica, although heavily Mesoamericanized. Kulkan has its origins among the Maya of classic period. Little is known of the mythology of this pre-Columbian era deity. That's interesting, Turning Gun, that you had a demonic incident. That, that's what we talk about on this channel. We talk about hauntings, ghosts, and demonic things. Like, as Christians, we research the demonic entities and expose them and stuff. Yeah, that's that thing. That's the serpent. In the Yucatic Maya language, the name is spelled Kuk-ul-Kan, and in the Tzotzil, it's Kochan. The Kultek form of the name is from a word kuk, feather, with the adjective suffix u. given cuckle, feathered, combined with Khan snake, Zatzal Chan, giving a literal meaning of feathered snake. Kulkachan has its origins among Maya in Classic period when it was known as a wax a klukon. Uba Khan Waflaka Ubax Khan, the war serpent. It has been identified also as a post-classic version of the version serpent of classic Maya art. Zoning out of focus. The cult of Kalkan, Quetzalcoatl, was the first Mesoamerican religion to transcend to the Old Classic period. Linguistic and ethnic divisions, this cult facilitated communication and peaceful trade among peoples of many different social and ethnic backgrounds. Although the cult was originally centered in the ancient city of Chichen Itza in the modern Mexican state of Yucatan, it spread as the Guatemalan highlands in northern Belize. Alright. The Yucatan references to the deity of Kulchan are confused by reference to name individual who bore the name of the god. Because of this, the distinction between the two has become blurred. This individual appears to have been a ruler or priest or at Chichen Itza who first appeared around the 10th century, although Kulkan was mentioned as a historical person by Maya writers of the 20th century. The earlier 19th century city texts at the Chichen Itza never identified him as human. An artistic representation depicted him as a vision serpent entwined around the figure's nobles. At Chichen Itza, Kulchan is depicted as presenting over the sacrifice scenes. That's a good question, DJ. The picture was purposely taken during the equinox. I would say that's probably true in my opinion, DJ, that they intentionally did that. Yeah. That's a good question, DJ. So, in my opinion, I do. Individual appears to have been ruler priest, and also is depicted presenting over sacrifice scenes. So that's a depiction of the dude, like a serpent type person. And there's a story in South America, and this is crazy. This is mind-boggling. That there was this god they had that flooded the entire earth. These giants had, and the giants were really angry at this god that was flooding the earth. So they kept on building those pyramids on top of each other to try to reach him, but they could never reach him. So in South America, they talk about a great flood. And over in the Far East, in Judea and the Israel area, Palestine area, and that they talk about a great flood. Also in India, in Gilgamesh, I believe it's called, there was a great flood depicted over there. So all over the world, they talk about a big flood all over the world. El. All right. So Kol Kolkin, no Kolchin, was a deity closely associated with the Itza state in northern Yucatan Peninsula, where the religion formed the core territorial religion, although the worship of Kolchin has its origins in earlier Maya traditions. The Itza worship of Kolchin was heavily influenced by Quizicult religion of central Mexico. This influence probably arrived in via Putin Maya merchants from the Gulf Coast of Mexico. These Choltol merchants probably actively promoted the feathered serpent worshippers throughout Mesoamerica. Colchin headed a pantheon of deities of mixed Maya and non-Maya province used to promote its political and commercial agenda. It's also eased to passage of Itza merchants, central Mexico, and other non-Maya area, promoting Itza economy. Exactly, because SC was saying what I was just saying a moment ago is that many civilizations talk about the Great Flood. It's not just Christians. This is where you could refute people that think that it's just some made-up story somebody made in their basement and in the ancient times. No, it's like this is all true. El Castello Chichen Itza served as a temple to Colchin during the spring and fall equinoxes. The shadows cast by the angle of the sun and edges of the 9 steps pyramid combined with the northern star stairway and stone serpent head carvings create an illusion of massive serpent descending the pyramid. After the fall of Chichen Itza, the nearby post-classic city of Mayapan became the center of the revered Colchin worshippers' temple, decorated with feathered serpent columns. At the time of the Spanish colonization, the high priest Colchin was family patriarch of the Sioux faction and was the most powerful man in the city. Oh, it's okay, Stranded. I was thinking about you, and it's cool you're listening. I understand. It's best to lay down and relax your joints. All right. And apart from in the city, the religion of Colchin spread as far as Guatemalan highlands in northern Belize, where post-classic feathered serpent sculptures are found with open mouths from which protrude the heads of human warriors. Turning guns, that's what I'm talking about the auras. You felt a black aura, an evil aura, and that's a very interesting point that you made there about the experience you had, and I'm keeping up with that, and thanks for sharing that with chat. The religion of Colchin spread as far as the Guatemalan highlands and northern Belize, where post-classic feathered serpent sculptures and found with open mouths which protrude heads of human warriors. So that's an example of the lizard creatures. Stories are still told about the Kulchin among modern Usatic Maya, and the tale Kulkin is a boy who was born as a snake. As he grew older, it became obvious he was plumbed serpent, and his sister cared for him in the cave. He grew to such a size that his sister was unable to continue to feed him, so he flew out of his cave into the sea, causing an earthquake. You see how they're talking about these weird creatures? To let his sister know that he is still alive, Kulchin causes earth tremors every year in July. Now, something interesting about that is that the fallen angels have control over weather. So that's an interesting thing. An interesting parallel between the different faiths. A modern collection of folklore from Yucatan tells how Kulkin was winged serpent that flew, and the sun tried to speak to it, but the sun, its pride burnt his tongue. The same source relates to Kulchin, always travels ahead of Yucatec, Maya rain god Chayak, or Chak, helping to protect or predict the rains as his tail moves the winds and sweeps to the earth clean. Among Lacedon, Maya Chipas, Kulchin is an evil monstrous snake that is a pet of the sun god. She destroys much of the world until she tries to herself during the long trip, the trip between life and death. During the trip, she meets a boy who shares food with her and follows her back to human world. She returns with him to construct her own country. SC, I would like to see the statues too. That'd be a cool thing to see. So I tell you this the feather serpent and things like that because this is a depiction of the different gods and stuff. See, like they have here, like this is like the lizard alien stuff they talk about. And I'm going to put myself in the background so y'all can see these pictures. Okay. So you see this, chat, these depictions of these snakes and these lizard type creatures. Like there were dragons, but they went like extinct and they went into hiding. See, all these are the depictions of these feathered serpents. Wow. Alright. I'm still here. Put this over here. And bring y'all back over here so I can see what's going on with all of you. Okay, so let's see. All right, so these are different gray alien types. And I had a dream that the tall white ones were standing over me. It was real weird. It was freaky. I was like, I was kind of waking up and I see three of them like looking down at me, but I was like kind of like half asleep. It was like, oh my, oh my. Yeah, so those are the gray aliens, the different types of them that they have. And the whites are very tall. And thank you for sharing your testimony, Turning Guns, and how God helped you against the demons. Alright, so we're going to have this. You know, these gray aliens are very similar to the beings that I mentioned previously a moment ago. So this is freaky. Yeah, and yeah, Turning Guns, even Jesus, was afraid, and the flesh sometimes will put roadblocks, but God helps us overcome things. And let's look at the theory of interdimensional beings. All right. So the interdimensional hypothesis is a proposal that unidentified flying object sightings are the result of experiencing other dimensions that coexist separately alongside our own. In contrast with either the extraterrestrial hypothesis that would state that they come from another planet, and that suggests the UFO sightings are caused by visitations from outside of Earth, or the physiosocial hypothesis that argues UFO sightings are best explained as a psychological or social phenomenon. So they're coming from some other realm to come over here. Like a ghost in someone's house, or a demon ghost in someone's house. Like the story Turning Guns had. That these, demonic apparitions will appear as ghosts and things, and they're coming from another dimension. The hypothesis has been advanced by the UFOologists such as Lane, Keel, Hynek, and Jacques. Proponents of this interdimensional hypothesis argue that the UFOs are modern manifestation of a phenomenon that has occurred throughout recorded human history, which in prior ages were ascribed to mythological supernatural creatures. Jeffrey Kripal, chair in physiology and religious thought at Rice University, writes, the interdimensional reading, long a staple of spiritualism through the famous fourth dimension, would have a very long life within UFOlogy and still very much with us today. Yeah, Latina explains an occurrence she had. She said 3 times. Once she had a nightmare that she was partially conscious and surrounded by demons, and she said a prayer 3 times before they started to flee. It was surreal. Yeah, that's called lucid dreaming, Latina, and I've had similar dreams to what you've had, like that, and I also do lucid dreaming. And even in metaphysical occults, like people that are against Christianity and people in these occults also agree that they're interdimensional beings. For instance, like I've had dreams about like some like demon, like I'll be in a dream and I'll see a person. I looks like someone I know or something, and I kind of go in the dream. I start talking to them like you're not who you say you are, and they're like they know they're not, and they start to attack me or run after me, and I get a cross. I'll see like a cross or a Bible or something, and I'll read it or put it in their face or something in the dream, and some of them flee right away, and some it takes some time for these things to go away, like with Latina's dream, and eventually they flee. But sometimes when you're praying or like getting them away, they don't always go right away. Like they'll try to talk me out of it or act cool or natural, then they go away. So I also have had many dreams about like being like somewhere and being chased by the thing, or it like in the house, or it's like talks to me in these dreams. So yeah, those dreams do happen to me as well, and it's them trying to cause horror, but God is there to protect us all. And or things are not like demonic. Say like I've had lucid dreams about an old girlfriend I had, like a couple of like the one I had in high school I was with for a little while after high school that I knew for a long time, but we like separated over time because of various factors. And I'll lucid dreams about her, like talking to her or whatever, and other people in general or things. So I've adapted a lucid dreaming. That's like what the Inception movie is like. And no, Latina, I've had dreams where they don't flee right away. That's what I said. I said that I've had dreams when they flee right away, but I've had dreams like Latina that they don't flee right away. That's most of the ones they don't flee right away. So I've had the same thing Latina's had. That's so to complete my statement, I said yes, I have the same thing as Latina's had, the same experience. Oh, DJ, I've had the similar situation. I've had a dream where I'll wake up and it's the morning, and I'll go and do different things, and it goes to some other scene, and then it like goes to another scene, but I'm not really awake, and then I'll wake up for real, and it was all just a dream. So I've had false awakenings too. Or like the, the girlfriend I had, like I'll try to go and some dreams I'm like talking to her and she kind of goes away, and then I just kind of just lose her and she kind of disappears. I have dreams about that. And yeah, chat. So I've also had the same type of dreams that y'all have had as well, and so did my friend. So I've experienced the same things, and the screen just flickered. Wow. Dream loops, also called false awakening loops, are also common in dream loops. You dream of waking up from a dream. Dream loops create layers which can make you feel trapped in a distorting cycle. Getting stuck or feeling trapped in your own dreams, often accompanies psychological distress. Because you're like trapped in a dream. Because I've had lucid dreams where I've done different things and things you can't do in this realm in the dream. Like I've flown around and stuff. And I remember one time there was some demon. I was in the bathroom over there, and there is this rubber demonic creature with no eyes, and it was just like kind of there, and I jumped on its back, and it just kind of put me off. And then had a dream I was flying up, and I went and attacked it down. It was really cool. So in the dreams, I've done different things you can't do in this dimension. It's really cool, Essie. And I think if the dreams are harnessed, it could be used for a lot of cool things, like the movie Inception. Oh yeah, DJ, that is you like that too? That's cool. Yeah, the flying dreams are so cool. I had a dream where I was in my room and these people were trying to get me to go through a door, and then I'm like, don't, because my friend that I did this alien research with, he said his uncle almost died in an accident. He was, and some handsome dude in a pitchfork was talking to him about going through a door, and he didn't go, and he was able to survive the near-death experience. So I got the dream like they were telling me to go through a door with some like fire in the room. I'm like, nah, I don't want to go there. And then these demonic beings were talking in the ceiling in different places, and they're yapping and stuff. And before that, I saw like an antichrist type figure like walking, and it was like a coach, a black coach, and this person wearing like a black morph thing, and like that to me was like an antichrist type figure. So the next thing I was just saying before, and this lady came in the dream and prayed with me, and the dream ended. So that was an interesting dream I had. Yeah, and SC said, "Yes, wouldn't that be cool? Cause sometimes you wake up and you have to shake them off, or sometimes because they think they're real." Exactly, Essie. Exactly, I totally agree. In turning guns, it's a splendid discussion. I really enjoy this conversation. This is why I do what I do. Oh yeah, Latina. She's saying that Stephen King probably praised the demons for his new book. Yeah, that makes sense. He is a good writer and a good movies and stuff, but I understand he's like corrupted. He's not like us. I remember I had a dream I was being like attacked by a relative, and this in the dream, but it wasn't really a relative. It was just a demonic apparition, and the thing like pinned me down. It was saying a word, and it's a real word. It's like poop in Spanish. That's what it was telling me. I never like heard that before at the time, and that's what it was telling me. And I thought of Jesus, and I like got it off me, and I was able to fight back against it. And because like demonic realms and stuff, the demons don't make any sense. And I'm going to review some of the movies. I mean, some of scary videos from the internet and some recent new videos and stuff, and they'll have like things like, some people think like there's nothing after death, but there is something after death. People that have had real near-death experiences talk about going to hell or heaven, and these demonic beings really exist. And I'm glad that God brought us all together, these like-minded people, to talk about the experiences. Like, we all had the same type of dreams and things. It's really interesting. Yeah, because selling your soul, it's like, they'll, like, the dark energy will consume the person, and they will break it out of their body, and they'll sell themselves over to it. And the demonic apparitions, yeah, that's what they do. And God can heal or break anything, but people choose to lose their free will and to not go and do what is right, and they'll just sell themselves over for fame and fortune. There's people that don't want to be saved because they don't want to be saved. And also, because I'll be in a dream and it's like this person or whatever is not real, and it's like kind of messing with me. I'm like, wait a minute, you're not supposed to be in this dream. I literally said that in the dream. I'm like, well, you're not supposed to be here. Whatever you are. And chat is lovely tonight. I really like the conversation. Hello, Jacob. Welcome to the chat. Nice to see you. He said, I feel like he's had nightmares before. Himself is crazy. Yeah, exactly, Jacob. I totally agree. Exactly, turning guns. Yeah, Satan tried with Jesus, but he could not tempt Jesus to become evil because Jesus was perfect and he was born without sin, so he wasn't able to sin. And Satan tried to tempt him and check him out to see what he was exactly, and he was, Son of God. And Jesus overcame temptations, and he also, went down for our sins and all, and that's good. He did that. Oh yeah, Latina. People's heart rate goes up in dreams. Exactly. All right, I'm back. Oh yeah, because people's heart rates and stuff goes up when they're dreaming. Yeah, a lot of things can happen with the dreams. Exactly. All right. Night terror. Night terrors are sleeping disorder in which a person they wake from their sleep and are terrified. So sleep paralysis, which I'm talking about. Yeah, so this is an example of sleep paralysis. I like what we're talking about. Yeah, sleep paralysis is when these demonic creatures will come and, like, say somebody wakes up and they see some kind of creature or something hovering over them or looking at them. That is an example of, sleep paralysis. And also the nightmares and dreams, like the people be frozen and they can't move. Right. So that's basically what it's like, the nightmares and people like they're stiff and this thing's like looking over them. And the sleep paralysis is a state of during waking or falling asleep in which conscious but complete state of full body paralysis. During an episode, one may hallucinate, hear, feel, or see that are not things that are not there, which often result in fear. Episodes generally last more than a few minutes and can occur multiple times or occur in a single episode. And also, basically, turning guns, your dream. It's very good that God helped you, and it's an excellent testimony. Thanks for sharing. He said Satan was trying to push him through the corner of the ceiling. He had me pinned, so he started to pray in Jesus. Then his sister woke him up. You see, amen. God blesses us and helps us in these situations. Yeah, the demonic visitations. So they imagine sounds as humming, hissing, static, zapping, or buzzing noises are reported during the sleep paralysis event. Oh yeah, it was Bob. Yeah, I know who that is. Bob Dylan. So by intense emotions such as fear, panic, and and it's like you're stiff, and these things like go and attack you, and then wake up. And Turning Guns says that he looked crazy and it scared her bad. Wow. Yeah, so this is an example of sleep paralysis. And they'll have like something like hovering over them while they're trying to sleep. And they're like frozen. And and also something I'll say is God can help people overcome things or break treaties and contracts, but when people they'll turn their aura black and they'll sell their soul, they don't want to be saved anymore. That's the thing. Like the people they don't want to be saved, they don't want to like they lose the desire to be saved. Yeah, these are more depictions of it. And how the demon it sits there and the other one like the horse thing looks in there. So yeah, this has been depicted for many generations. The narcolepsis, sleep paralysis, was widely considered a work of demons and more specifically incubi, which were thought to sit in the chests of sleepers. Old English name for these things was mare, maroon, Old Norse mara. Hence comes the mare and the word nightmare. The word might be cognate Greek maroon of the Odyssey. Yeah, Turning Guns says, I think that most of Hollywood and the music industry have sold their souls. I agree. I agree, Turning Guns. And Washington, D.C. as well. Yeah, I totally agree with that. You see that many people in D.C. and in these situations have sold themselves over to that. Yeah, and for the fame and fortune. And a lot of them talk about it in their music and things like that. And some scientists have proposed sleep paralysis as an explanation for paranormal and spiritual phenomena. So you see, they're going to put all this in the same category, which is very interesting. Ghosts, alien visits, demons, or demonic possession, alien abduction experiences, and night hag, or shadow people haunting. So as I told you all earlier, the demons, the ghosts, the aliens are all coming from the same thing, and the scientists lumped it all together as one thing. So there you go, chat. And also, and found in Egypt, where there are elaborate beliefs about sleep paralysis involving marveling spirits, creatures called jinn. So in Arabic mythology, they have the same thing that we talk about here in the West about these demonic apparitions and things. They call them jinn. It's like the genies. That's where the genie comes from. Like you rub a lamp and a dude comes out of it. That's they have that same thing, and that's what they call it in their culture. Jacob says he's in between the jobs and moment, but he's hanging in there, and he doesn't want to see those dreams again. Yeah, I don't blame you, man. I don't blame you. And it's nice that you came in and checked in on us, and that you're here chilling. And research has found that sleep paralysis is associated with great fear and fear of impending. 50% suffers in Egypt. And like Egypt and Denmark and these different countries have these things. And let's talk about the night hag. The night hag is a generic name for a folklore creature found in cultures around the world, which is used to explain the phenomenon of sleep paralysis. A common description is that a person feels the presence of a supernatural, malevolent being which embodies a person as standing on the chest. This phenomenon goes by many names. The night hag or old hag is a name given to the supernatural creature commonly associated with the phenomenon of sleep paralysis. This phenomenon, which a person feels during the presence of supernatural malevolent being which embodies the person. Albania. Mokti is believed to be a male spirit with a golden fez hat who appears to women who are usually tired or suffering and stops them from moving. It is believed that if they take the golden hat, they will grant them a wish, but they will visit them frequently. Although he is harmless, there are talismans that can provide protection from Mokatai and ways to put one's husband's head near a pillow while sleeping. Mokathi or Mokathi, Albanian means nightmare. So Albanian, this is an Albanian folklore. Albania, that's what I'm going to say. So an Albanian folklore. In Bengali folklore, sleep paralysis is believed to be caused by a supernatural entity called Baba. Bengali. Baba attacks person by strangling them when the person sleeps in a supine position. In Bengal, the phenomenon is called Baby Bob Dora. Cambodia. Sleep paralysis among Cambodians is known as the ghost pushes you down. The entails the belief of dangerous visitations from the deceased relatives. In Egypt, sleep paralysis is the conceptualization as a terrifying jinn attack. The jinn may even kill its victims. In different regions of Italy, there may be supernatural beings associated with sleep paralysis regions. Marche and Abruzzo refer to the attack. Panaffici usually refers to the evil witch, sometimes ghost-like spirit, or a terrifying cat-like creature that mounts on the chest of the victims and tries to harm him. The only way to avoid her is to keep a bag of sand or beans close to the bed, so the witch will stop and count how many beans and sand grains are inside. A similar tradition is present in the Sadrian folklore, where Amunator is known as a creature that mounts the people's chest during their sleep and gives them nightmares. And that can change its shape according to the person's fears. In northern Italy, specifically in Trial area, the Trude is also a witch that sits on people's chests at night, making unable to breathe. To chase her away, people should make a sign of the cross, like what SC in chat was saying and I was saying. Something that would need a great struggle in a situation of paralysis. A similar folklore is present in Senio area, around the city of Benevento, where the witch is called Janara. The southern Italy sleep paralysis is usually explained with the presence of a sprite standing in people's chest, and the person manages to catch the sprite or steal his hat in exchange for freedom to have his hat back. He can reveal hiding place of a rich treasure. This spirit, or a sprite rather, has different names in different regions in Italy: Monacelio and Campania, Monachino and Basilicata, and all those in Molise. So sleep paralysis is linked to the aliens' abductions. So this is linking both things together, the aliens and the demons and the ghost, all as one thing. And about magic and spiritual possessions. So those are other factors that play in the role of the dark arts. Yeah, Jacob, I agree. It's all messed up, man. Yeah, this country's getting worse and worse. Great attention is to be paid to the regulatory and choice of diet, and just saying about they're trying to, like, scientists are trying to say that it's bad health situations that cause people to have nightmares, but that's not true. It's like people can be perfectly healthy and work out and still have them. But sometimes the scientists they'll say some truth, like about the aliens and stuff, and the ghosts and the demons, which is correct, but they don't completely understand these things that sound like a movie. So they'll go and kind of like come up with their own explanation about it, but it doesn't make any sense if you really look in depth about it. In Nigeria, myriad interpretation of the SP is due to diverse culture belief systems that exist there. Alright, so that's like a crash course on sleep paralysis. See about something over here. Let's see. Okay, so this is a dragon god in Cambodia. It's the same kind of thing you see in South America, all the way on the other side of the planet. So in South Asia and Southeast Asian mythology, Naga is a semi-divine creature which half human and half serpent. Claims of sightings are reptilian creatures occur in southern United States, where swamps common in 1980s where hundreds supposed sightings of lizard men come from. And also in ancient Egypt, they had these like crocodile-looking things too, like lizards, crocodiles, alligators, snakes, dinosaurs, and fictional dragons. They are often depicted as powerful warriors through their relative intelligence to human varies, as which other anthropomorphic races a greater resemblance to humans often denotes more civilized behavior. Some anthropomorphic reptilians, such as lizards and snakes, are often associated with the jungle, swamps, and other tropical biomes, such as those cultural in similar regions like Mesoamerican cultures. Like they're saying, like it's similar to America, how they have the same gods and things. Thanks, SC, for the Bible verse. And that. Okay, and now I'm going to show the thing with the Roswell thing I was talking about. Alright, so I'm going to play a video I made about the alien technology coming from the Roswell crash. Alright, so put that in there. Alright, now I play like a game while I talk. This is a video I made a little while back, and this is about how our technology may come from the Roswell crash. All right, so switch over to the other thing. Let's see.
My fellow aliens, I have some new theories on the Roswell sightings. Let us begin. The Roswell crash happened in 1947, and in this event, some gray aliens were allegedly discovered, and they found them in a fabric, like a cocoon, and the aliens were all knocked out. It was a terrible crash, and this fabric was virtually indestructible. And there are theories that suggest that the U.S. government, U.S. Army, used these designs in our modern technical advancements, like bulletproof vests, for example. Also, a small device was found in the crash that was a lot like a laser, and there are theories that the laser and the computer chip.
Yeah, so little things like that, like I was talking about in this video about the bulletproof vests and the lasers and stuff. Like they found a bunch of stuff at the Roswell crash. What was recovered from it, and they from what they could make at that time, they made these different technologies and things out of it.
And other technical advancements originated from this crash. I recall from the Transformers movie, they mentioned this very thing. And I thought it was interesting that in real alien sightings, there's actually some theories out there that is very true. That studying the ETs and their technology led us to technical advancements. And a lot of you have told me that our military does work or have seen the aliens, and some do work with the aliens, and some people have had mental issues and breakdowns from this. And does our tech come from ETs? So do you think that our technology comes from these aliens? Now, others disagree with this. The skeptics think that, you know, our technical advancements were done.
Because people had a lot of psychological issues from different like things they saw. I was talking about in the video, and that is another interesting factor to take into consideration about these alien things.
By us over time. And they were also saying how infrared, night vision, that comes from the aliens too, from studying their stuff. And somebody was saying about how, you know, if they got the technology from the aliens, they didn't advance it any further from when they.
Right, and also basically they yeah, so that in that situation the aliens like they didn't advance upon the technology that they had from the time that they got the technology. So that was some of the when they're trying to debunk the idea that we got the technology from the aliens is that it wasn't that advanced, and that's so the lasers and stuff we had back in the 50s and things, that's the type of technology these great aliens have now. Like what SE and I talk about, perhaps that they're just making it up and they're not really telling us the truth about it. Because Transformers mentioned that they took alien technology and made it into what we have now. So that was an interesting thing that they mentioned that in the same movie. And so that's that video that I'm showing. And now I'll go here. That was a video I made a couple of, I don't know, like a year ago or a couple months ago or something. All right. And yeah, Roswell crash. Yeah, this is just like the Roswell crash that they found from the spaceship. Yes, SC, it was an excellent stream. And you got that. Crash right in the middle of the desert. Right. And yeah, so that's just some images from like when they found the Roswell crash. And also, this is a depiction of the aliens that were there. And people are saying they found these saucers, and they'll say like this is like not really an alien body, but it probably is. Like they took the alien body in and they were like testing it and stuff. So many lies. Like this. All right, go look over something real quick. Okay. All right. Well, let me go over here. Okay, chat. That's all I had to say for this stream. I went over the topics I want to cover this night. So I'm going to be starting to wrap it up. I think this was an amazing, exceptionally great stream. It really was an amazing stream tonight. And we had a great conversation about the various different things we talked about. And Super D comes in right when I'm about to end it. And hello, Super D. Thanks for coming. And yeah, but it's like basically, yeah, great hangout. So Super D, what happened was this one was a little bit shorter than the other ones. I covered a couple of different topics about the news and the media in America, and we're talking about the dreams and the different alien stuff. So yeah, so I was talking about Roswell crash, and I was reacting to a video I made about the crash, which it's like how our modern technology can come from the aliens. And basically, with the modern technology, how lasers and different things could have came from the crash, and others think maybe it didn't come from the crash because of the stuff that was going on with the lasers weren't that advanced, but then again they could be lying to us about all that. And I was showing them about the gray aliens and how they're evil and they're not good, and how the demons and ghosts and the different things are all linked together, and with the alien apparitions. And also I talked about the sleep paralysis stuff. So, like how it's similar to like vampires and things like that. And also, like for instance, I was showing about like this is a picture from the Roswell incident and how they basically didn't go and tell anybody about it, and well, how they were telling people it was an air balloon, but it really was a UFO. And this is an example of like the Roswell crash and how the ETs they came here and they found them in like this protective covering, like a bulletproof vest type covering, and how all these different things came from that. So yeah, that's what we were talking about. I was talking about the murder. I mean, like the woman that got hit by a stray bullet earlier. We're talking about some movies and things. It's pretty cool. And I hope everything's going well with you, Super D. That's an example of them crashing in the desert of New Mexico. Remember, one of my friends I had at school, remember we were talking about how one of my friends was going to Roswell back in 2016, and then that was really interesting for me and my other friend because my He was about to go out there and like where Roswell was in New Mexico and see if he was going to see any aliens. It was pretty. It was a that was a fun. That was exciting. My friend was going out there around that time. Yeah, and also a Super D says, even a part of the question about the legitimacy of the aliens, the incident was very influential in culture and fiction as well. Right, exactly. It was a very interesting historical moment. And Turning Gun said, there's definitely something going on with the Roswell thing. They never released any information on it. Exactly. Because they like to hide things and not tell us what's really going on. And it was more exclusive than a hot air balloon. It had to be something else, and people believe it or not, it was very influential on our culture and how we perceive things. And it's crazy to think about how it affected our society and what they were able to do, and perhaps, which I believe, that the technology and things that could have came from this. It's a mystery that there's more questions than answers, in my opinion. Yeah, yeah. See, I'd like to go over there and see it too. You know, my friend went out there in 2016. That was really cool. It was like telling us about it, and he was wondering if he was going to see any aliens out there. It was exciting because we didn't really know if this dude was going to see aliens or not. Right. Oh, Super D might have been there as a toddler. That's really cool. Oh yeah, there's a building like that with the stuff in it from Roswell. Yeah. Okay, Super D. Thanks. Yeah, this is an example of like a museum about it. Yeah, that's so cool. I'm gonna go over there and see it. That's pretty cool. Yeah, and SC said he's been to New Mexico, but not Roswell. And there's this place called Area 51, and they don't want people to see what's going on in there. I remember when they were gonna raid Area 51, and it was just like a bunch of people like hanging out at the entrance and taking selfies. And it's interesting how a lot of the like different gods and things that were depicted in ancient times resemble these aliens. It's interesting. Thought there was something up there. It's not. Because there's all kinds of little critters here. Yeah, Area 51. It's in Nevada. Yeah. Yeah, and there's also a lot of claims of the UAPs being held there in different facilities across the country. I remember I saw, like, I was out here, and after a stream I was watching, I looked up in the sky and I saw this blue sphere thing, and it was vertically floating up really, really fast. And, like, that was very strange. And it was way out in the distance. So that was something I saw one time. And basically, I think that it's absolutely an interesting phenomenon that needs to be continued to be researched on. That's why I like researching this thing. I'm having a video coming out about this soon because I recently put out a video about Mothman, and now I'm going to put out one about the UFO, the Roswell encounter in general. And Super D says back in the early 40s there was a lot of cheap Pulp Fiction magazines with aliens on the cover, which look like the ones in Roswell. Thanks for telling us, Super D. I didn't know that. All right, I'm gonna look at this. Right. All right. I see. Thanks for sharing that with us, Super D. I understand. And as he says, he worked with a security guard that swears a UFO was following him. He seemed like a regular guy, like he wasn't crazy or nothing, but he swore it did. I made a video on my channel about a completion I reacted to of a bunch of like alien, like UFO sightings, and that occurred, and basically it's a very interesting phenomenon that is unexplainable that's been happening, and I think that it's good that with the technology we have now we could bring it to light. Some videos are fakes and some are not, some are and some are not, in my opinion. And also Jacob says a lot of bad or fixed info about this from, yeah, Exactly, Jacob. There's a lot of information about this that has been hidden that they don't want people to know about. And, whatever these things are, it's good for us to get to the bottom of this and for them to release the information, but, they're not going to tell us what's really going on. And, like, the government and stuff, how, like, these government hearings about it, and like, a lot of people I know of that are, like, in the military and stuff, and people that I know that have people in the military, they have seen a lot of encounters with these UFOs, and, like, the one I was reacting to over there when the Navy caught that on their camera. Oh yeah, a lot of them do. Super D. I do agree with that. They're known to do that. And also, yeah, so these are just some images about the incident that occurred. Let's see. So these things are really freaky looking. They really are. Okay, Essie. Have a good night. Yeah, so these are the different ones that are around. Okay. So here we go. So William Copper said he got the info about aliens existing from his military career, and now the government confirmed UFOs, so he was not full of shit. And I think that things can be fabricated and made up. Some things are hoaxes, and also things that I know about from the different throughout, like, the history. Like, I base it off of things from, like, the ancient gods and stuff that existed. It seems similar to that, and also the many people throughout the time that have seen these different apparitions and things. I really think that it's absolutely crazy what's going on, and there's some kind of, like, interdimensional thing. So, and now not everybody might not believe that. There's also, like, a spiritual, religious side to it that people may not believe in. And also, there's a situation where you have, like, the occultists. They'll, like, summon things, and, like little orbs, which are like these light orb things that are out in the distance. Like, they'll summon things like that and stuff, and they will. People that believe in dark magic and the occult also believe in these things too. So, from different angles and civilizations, they talk about these kind of creatures and stuff. But I'm also certain that there's many hoaxes, and there's different experiments and things and lies that are going on in conjunction with that as well. And God bless you too, Essie. This is from like a Soviet thing, like what Super D was talking about. Um, from the Soviet tapes about this alleged alien creature. And like Super D would think like it's something that maybe they made up, and it's really a mystery. It would be nice to see either way if it was a hoax or not, but I think it's a, in my opinion, it's a very interesting alien video. This thing, and yeah, so that is an example of one of them. And let's see. Alien orbs, make it clear what I'm talking about here. Yeah, these kind of things I'm talking about, these alien orbs. And there's a lot of like military personnel that have seen and spotted these things around their bases and stuff. No one really knows what they are exactly. That's why they're called UFOs or UAPs, because the government doesn't want to accept that there are UFOs out there, so they're going to call them something else. So they call them UAPs. And also, as Super D says, there was once a guy who claimed to be involved in making the video. The guy was a butcher and said he had to build it from an actual animal flesh and organs. That's interesting, Super D, and thank you for sharing that with us. And I'll say that it was very well done, because in the video the thing is like blinking and moving around. So I don't know how they made this thing blink and raise its eyebrows and stuff, unless someone was wearing like a costume or something. And I have it. I'll go and like, I could go and get it, and I could react to it while y'all are here, the ones that are here. But thanks for sharing that with me. I'm glad to know that. All right, there we go. So, it's here. There we go. And yes, turning guns. I've talked about the Sasquatch creature on this channel. Latina, also, we've discussed it on here. We've had a caller talk about it on the show. And yeah, I've covered that, and I'll cover that one again. So I'm going to play the video that I made about this and react to it again, and I want y'all to see it. And hopefully at some point in the future, we could all get to the bottom of this thing, whatever it is. If these were hoaxes or whatever. Alright, let's go. Okay. Yeah, that's the alien clip, and I made like a reaction to it. Here we go. Turn up the volume. Okay. And I'm going to put myself over here.
In this video, we are going to cover alien sightings that could give you nightmares and PTSD.
Yeah, Super D. I think I know which one you're talking about now. You're talking about that one with the one in the snow. I'm talking about a different video that was from like the way back in the day, when the black and white era. So the one you're talking about, the thing in the snow, that somebody made it up. Okay, thanks for telling me about that. I was talking about something totally different. And I reacted to that before. That's in this video. Now I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that's a newer video. The Russians, like, it's in this video about the Russians, and they had this like dead alien in the snow, and he's saying the guy like made it up. It's a hoax. I was talking about this thing when it's like moving around and stuff that the Soviets took a video of, and like so yeah, that one because like was done after, this one.
Number 1. KGB alien footage. We could see here the KGB is studying and investigating this little strange alien that they called Skinny Bob. And you could see him moving his arms and his body around. And they're trying to study it and interrogate him, but I doubt they speak the same language. And also, this footage was top secret, and I have seen it on the internet since I was very young, and it has no sound. Now I will replay it for you, so you can fully grasp all of its motions and movements of this peculiar, nefarious little fella.
Yeah, so this is the alien video that I'm talking about from the KGB, back when it was the Soviet Union, because it's not that anymore. But this is like back in the Soviet era. And Super D says, it's the alien autopsy, that one with the butcher. Okay, I've not seen that. Okay, thanks Super D. I'll look for that one in the future. I mean, not in the future, like tomorrow. I'll go look it up. But yeah, so that's something I've not seen. Alright. So that this thing, it's like, it's moving, it's blinking its eyes and all. This was, yeah, this one is a mystery.
Number 2. Chinese night sky.
是不是有 UFO 啊？是什么东西啊？这个是。
I certainly would be very perplexed if I saw this in the sky at night or in the evening, and I certainly think that it's weird you see 2, 3, then 4. I really think it would be important to get to the bottom of all this nonsense. Number 3. Aliens on the sea.
Yeah, because in China there's a lot of these strange sightings of these UFO type things in the sky that the people didn't really know what they were exactly. Yeah, and this is the aliens on the sea. This one was very strange. I did.
Look, nothing in the sky at all. Then all of a sudden, bam! What is that? Anybody tell me what that is? We're in the middle of the ocean on a ferry. Nothing around. Look. Nothing around. No land, no nothing.
People just trying to enjoy a sunset on the ocean while on a ferry, and they see dozens of these freaky things just floating in the sky, just staring at them. And I know from studying about aliens from when I was young that they like secluded areas, like country areas or the ocean, where there's not many people, but we have seen, as you could see in these videos, many people that are now seeing them in the cities. But you can see that this is an example of what these freaky things like to do. Number 4. Aliens in cities.
係飛機啊，係飛碟啊！飛機落車睇下啦。
In ancient India, the gods appeared to people, and they were in awe of what they were seeing. And these aliens definitely parallel, and I feel are in conjunction to those events. They just have taken a different form because the aliens are interdimensional. And see how people are freaked out and scared. Like in the Bible, the angels say don't be afraid, but all these angels do is make people more afraid.
And like when you have like these things where all these people see the same thing, and it's not something normal that people would usually look at, I think it's a very interesting mystery that is going on here with these things. And I remember researching it, and I'm like, oh wow, it would be freaky to see that when you're trying to go and drive somewhere, and see that when you're on the interstate.
Number 5. Brazil UFO invasion.
This is an example of like a fake one.
In my opinion, I personally feel this is CGI. I just feel the way the ships look flying around, and the not so enthusiastic reaction that this could be a fake. But I will replay this.
Yeah, because it's like CGI, like people like make up things. Like I tell you, there's hoaxes, and I'm serious about hoaxes because they happen a lot. And to discredit people that actually went through an event when they saw an alien UFO, because when you have all these hoaxes, no one believes anything that happens. So like they take CGI and they make something like this, and they say it's an alien video when it really isn't.
More time, and you tell me what you think in the comments. Number 6. Evening visitors. This is what I was talking about. How these phenomenons, these UFOs, are appearing in the cities now. You see some lights blinking in the sky, 1 and 2. And there will be some more quite interesting things of that in this video. And if anybody speaks these foreign languages, post what they're saying in the comments section below. Number 7. Russian ice alien.
Yeah, this one is a Russian not the Russian incident that Super D was talking about, or the KGB one that I showed in the beginning of this video. This is about where they found it in the snow, and it could be a hoax, or it could be real. It's a mystery, but you know, it could be either way.
In this video, 2 Russian gentlemen are hanging out in the snow, and they're just having an interesting conversation, and then they come across something marvelous.
Вот его там нашли, короче, ну, смотри. Пойдем.
Где нашли?
Вон, видишь. Сейчас сюда проходим, смотри. Вон она, сука, безобразие лежит. Сейчас, погоди, погоди. Да вот, ебать, часа 2 назад, хули, ебаный, собака, хули, унюхала, сука. И все, мы хули, думаю, что за нахуй лежит? Смотри, да я хуй знаю, погоди, смотри. Вообще, ебать, что за нахуй ты? Ну, это понятно, что дохлый. Да хлеб, короче, лежит. Она не так понятно. Полнейшая дохлятина. Где хули нету, ебаный, нахуй. Наверное. Вообще как это ебать день. Непонятное.
Она, наверное, с неделю лежит, наверное, тут.
Но...
This thing is incredible because it's in so much detail what the alien was going through, and I think it's very real, and how it just looks frozen to death in the snow, and the body is going through decay and rigor mortis. To me.
And also in the snow, in the really cold weather like that, something would be preserved better than down like where I am in the swamp where it's hot and humid. So it would be preserved better, like if you would preserve something in a freezer.
I don't think it's a prop. It's definitely something real. But you all could tell me in the comments if you think it is or it isn't. Number 8. UFO Party. What a way to crash a party, right? This, I feel, is from the same UFO sighting as the previous video before this in this list. And you could see the UFOs blinking on and off in the distance. And I think it's quite enchanting in a terrifying way that this is happening and the people are so freaked out and creeped out by these things. And you'll see some more in this list like that. And I cannot understand what they're saying. If you do, put what they're saying in the comments below. But All I can understand is UFO. Number 9. Chinese UFO Pandemonium.
Yes, so it's like this next video they're going to talk about, they'll say UFO, that's all I can understand. And it's very, very strange.
This couple is looking at this strange aura moving across the abyssal sky. And just look at the reaction these people have.
哇塞！我天，我天，这么漂亮，这什么东西啊？不会吧？我操，这什么呀？
妈妈，爸爸，我爱你们。
我去啊！我天！
And they are just terrified and stargazed at this crazy thing. I mean, the fear is genuine, and these people don't know what this is or what's going on, it seems. And I just really think that I certainly would be very uncomfortable if I saw that moving around the sky.
It's like there's nothing, and then you look up in the night sky and see like a giant space slug with different colors.
Number 10. Chinese Aura Part 2.
啥了？这是什么玩意儿？少快开车上来！哎，这是 UFO。
And they are very perplexed and confused about what this is exactly. And what I can understand, like with the other video in this list, is they know it's a UFO. And this must be the same incident that we saw before. But wait, there is more.
它好像就是那种火箭推向器，火箭推向器，然后脱落了以后就是这种东西。你找来的人找不着了，说啥呢？
And you can see this was happening all over China. And many people took out their phones and filmed this strange phenomenon of UFOs. And I also have heard a theory of a projection of a false UFO invasion, and perhaps that could be going on. Now I still believe this is from the interdimensional beings that are trying to cause trouble in our dimension. Number 11. Air Force alien footage. This is what the US Air Force took of a unidentified flying object gliding across the sky and getting close to the ground. And notice how it just goes up and down in erratic motion, and it just keeps on gliding around, and they don't really know what it is. And I was talking on a show called ABL Live about this, and how we both agree that the reason why they're calling it an unidentified flying phenomenon is because they don't really want people to focus on the UFO stuff and be distracted. And I know people that have relatives and friends in the military that all tell me that the military have seen these strange things, and this is one of those examples. And I really would like to know more about this and what they're doing. And if you all could provide more information in the comments below, I would appreciate it. Number 12. Navy pilots see UFO.
Fleet of them, look on the ASA. My gosh. They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west. Look at that thing, dude. That's not our LNS though, is it? It's not. That is an LNS, dude. Well, if there's like... Look at that thing. It's rotating. Nickel 6-1 Tango. Roger. Oh, got it! Woohoo! Roger. There's troubleshooting. Did you box moving target? No, I took an auto track. Oh, okay. Oh my gosh, dude. Wow, look at that, man. Look at it fly.
And we see the Navy pilots, as they don't really know what this is exactly, and they're very amazed by it. And these things are called by the media and Army now is not unidentified phenomenon, but unidentified aerial phenomenon that I said previously in this video. But you can see that they don't even know what it is, and there is more to these things than meets the eye. And thank you for staying this long in the video, and like, comment if you have anything to say. Thank you.
This is the Mexican Air Force, what they caught on their camera. When they were doing the same thing, they saw this similar apparition that they saw on the American one did. Alright, and those are some other videos about Planet 10, like Nibiru, and some of the other ones with the UFO sightings, like some pictures of them. Bring myself back. It's a nice little movie we watched. And I do, videos like this. I like react to alien stuff or conspiracy theory stuff. I have more coming out like this about different topics. And yeah, so those are some videos about the aliens and the situation with them. And it's very strange. There's a lot of, and I'd say whatever the truth is, there are more questions than answers about them. And I'm going to move myself back to the other area where I usually go. Alright, over here. Alright. So. Yeah, and I think that, and those are some good points, Jacob, about the... You made some good points during the showing of the video, and also how these things from Earth don't even do things like that. Like the rockets don't do that. The corpse is in such detail, and the alien blinking its eyelids and stuff. It's in so much detail, especially back in that time. And all these sightings all over the world, all these things these people are seeing. Like this other one says, 5 enchanting UFO sightings that will scare you. Yeah, that one was people were at a soccer game. They all saw it. It's not, these things can't be something like, some spy balloon or something. It can't be something from this world. So that's why And I've studied this since I was in fourth and third grade, ever since. Like, I didn't always do my schoolwork because me and my friend wanted to talk about this. So, in this field, I know what I'm talking about, and I understand there are hoaxes, and I'm open up for, a refutation, which is fine too. And this was a review of videos from my channel that I did. And basically, these you all could see this on the channel, and basically I make these videos to expose what's going on, and there's many people that went and saw this video and they liked it, and we had many discussions in the chat about it, and they liked the way I review the different content and things. And it was interesting, like, right when I was going to end it, we started another conversation about the aliens, because I want people to understand my opinion about why I believe in these things. And this is stuff, these videos are here. I like doing this better than doing a blog article about it. The videos and YouTube is so much better. I like a video platform better. It's so, skeptical or not, these are very strange videos and apparitions that people see. And as I said before, there's more questions than answers about them. Alright, and since I've done that, and we had Super D come through, and glad that he came, and got to talk to him for a little bit, and talk about the alien theories and stuff. So, now, since I got that out the way and explained my position on the aliens, now I will go and end the show officially. Okay. So, we're going to switch the window here. Alright, so we had a very good stream tonight, and we talked about multiple different topics and conspiracy theories about the aliens, and about dreams, and about some news topics and movies earlier. So it was a very, very good night, very good stream, and I'm thankful for all of you for coming. And also, now that is it for this night's stream, and thank you all for coming, and peace. And yes, Super D, I'm glad to extend the show for you, Super D. I'm glad that you came. It was a nice conversation we had, and have a good day. The rest of your day, hope the rest of your day goes well. And she said, yeah. And Jacob says, could we be seeing the Great Deception play out from the Revelation, something like that? Yes, Jacob. The Great Deceptions, that could also be playing out. That certainly is true. And that, I think these aliens and stuff is part of that, or whatever they are, because I believe they're probably also fallen angels disguised as these things. And like, I was reading an article about them, and then the same beings that appeared as fairies and vampires and stuff, like the Wikipedia literally said that, like, in those exact words, that all these things are interconnected, and they just shape-shifted into whatever time period they were in to fit in with whatever group they were in. And also, yeah, so I do believe, Jacob, it's playing out. It's playing out. And also, there's going to be a deception where these things are going to try to act as they are God and deceive the people into thinking that to be worship them instead. Like, similar to what the communists did, how they wanted to be worshipped, and they took away religion, the Marxists and the Soviets, and they wanted to be as the God of the country. And I will say also that the aliens would favor a communistic system, from what him and I talked about, from my friend and I in the past. So that is also something interesting to take into consideration about these things, that they try different things out to see what works. And thanks, DJ, and whoever else is watching this late night special. And now, everybody have a good night. Good morning, also. All right.